Hello and welcome to the final episode of Exandria Unlimited Divergence. A tale that ends tonight of a time of passing from calamity to strange and new hope for the world that might be. Before we jump in, we have a few announcements. Matt, you want to come over here and take us away with some announcements?
Let's do it! Alrighty. Our sponsor tonight is the critically acclaimed RPG franchise, Suikoden. Sam?
The classic JRPG video game series first started in Japan almost 30 years ago, and now Suikoden 1 and 2 are back with a fancy HD remaster. It looks incredible. All the background illustrations have been upgraded. There's updated pixel art animation. You'll hear new environmental sounds and immerse yourself in HD battle effects. Not to mention a new autosave feature, battle fast forward, a conversation log. Basically, this beloved game got a serious glow up. To show you how much better these re-release games look and feel, I decided to give myself a glow up. So please welcome the newly upgraded HD version of Sam Riegel to finish this ad.
Suikoden 1 and 2 HD is out now on all major platforms, and like me, yes, it looks fantastic.
It does.
Sam? Is that really you?
It sure is, Laura.
Are you married?
Laura L. Dietz Bailey, you are married.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. I forgot.
Sam? What's going on? Who's this guy?
Uh-oh.
You told me I would always play your alternate version in ads. What the hell, dude?
This is very awkward. Listen, Basic Sam, it's not your fault. He's just handsomer than me and you. You're still very special to me.
More special than I am? I thought I was your one and only. Now I'm Basic Sam?
Okay, this is a bad time. I can leave.
Maybe
No,
you should.
please don't leave.
Laura, please!
I'm sorry.
What about us, Papa? Are we not good enough to play you in ads anymore? Do you not love us?
Oh no! No, the Sammyverse is collapsing in on itself! Quick, we have to finish this ad to fix the rift in the Space Sam continuum. Ready?
Get Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster now and visit bit.ly/CR to learn more!
And don't forget to check out our Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster one-shot on March 11th featuring GM Matthew Mercer, Ashley Johnson, Taliesin Jaffe, Aaron Hansen, Zeno Robinson, and
Zach Ronaldo.
thank you! On Twitch, YouTube, and Beacon TV at 7 p.m. Pacific. Thank you, Konami, for sponsoring this episode. And now,
Matt, back to you!
Whew.
Oh, boy. All right.
Those Sams were very convincing.
Wow, they were very convincing.
Awesome.
Wow.
Yes! Those Sams were very convincing. You know what else is convincing? Our next sponsor, Quip. Quip and their game-changing electric toothbrush, the Quip 360. I used to think my manual toothbrush was fine until I tried this one. Now there's no going back. Sleek, ultra-quiet, and designed for a deep clean. The Quip 360 removes 11 times more plaque and whitens teeth twice as much from day one. Plus, it's backed by the American Dental Association, so you know it's legit. Not sure? Try it risk-free for 30 days. Love it? You'll get a lifetime warranty and free refill subscriptions, just like 25,000 five-star reviewers. For critters, you can get 20% off site-wide plus a free travelcation countertop stand at getquip.com/critical role. That's 20% off and a free travel case only at getquip.com/critical role. Thank you, Quip, for sponsoring this episode. And now Wiglet Cowboy Matt must go back to his proper place in the timeline. Goodbye.
Travis,
Yes.
I think you're up next on the announcements.
Oh, yes. You guys, while we are recognizing our 10th anniversary throughout the year, next week actually officially marks 10 years of Critical Role.
My God.
We're doing it. Now, whether you've been here since the very first stream in 2015 or just now joining us for the very first time, we honestly couldn't be more grateful to have you along for this unbelievable adventure. And we are only here because of you. And we have been hard at work queuing up merch, live events, conventions, games, content, and really just a whole bucket of so much more to celebrate this amazing milestone with you. So thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts.
Yay! We did it!
Speaking of content,
What?
we're very excited to announce a brand new podcast, you guys, coming exclusively to
This is the
Beacon.
announcement?
This is the
one.
announcement.
Oh my God.
It is time. It is time. I'm so excited to announce Weird Kids.
I'm gonna sing the jingle. I shouldn't do that.
It's so good. It's the jingle's about, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. There's a story behind it. But you can join Ashley Johnson and Taliesin Jaffe as they sit down in a weekly podcast where they'll chat about being weird kids. Yeah. Like growing up being weird kids, growing up being child actors.
Yes.
And
Still
honestly,
being weird
still
kids.
being weird kids. Yeah. Just.
It was on there.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
I know. You saw the flow.
I did. I saw the flow and I took it.
Very fair.
They have lots of fun little segments. They'll even take field trips called Touching Grass to explore weird things beyond the confines of our set. And it's so good. You guys, I actually can't wait for you to
It's real
see the
fun.
set. It's super cute. So yeah, go check it out.
It's fun.
Congrats, guys.
Fun.
Congrats. It's real fun.
It's so fun.
We have a good time.
Friendly reminder. This is the final episode of Divergence. You can join us next Thursday, March 13th, for one big Exandria wrap-up. We'll be covering questions from, topics really from all three of our main campaigns, largely Bell's Hells, of course, but as well as all of our installments of Exandria Unlimited, and really any other type of like lore building, world building, all of that jazz that's helped us explore and fall in love with Exandria over the past 10 years.
10 years!
Oh, wow. I think I'll come in for that.
Oh, hey.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Everyone's
Speaking of 10
calendars.
years,
Yes, Laura?
I have special 10-year anniversary merchandise.
What you got?
Which I don't even think I've shown you yet,
No,
Matt.
I've not seen it.
This is our enamel pin, artist
really cool.
Sarah G, and it's you, Matt.
What?
It's you in front of the world.
What we were talking
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
We can't.
Isn't it so great?
It's been too emotional.
So there's that.
We must destroy him.
And then we also have, I'm so excited about this. We have, this is our Critical Role Memories pullover hoodie, art by our own Jordan Torrance.
That's really cool.
So it's Critical Role, it's our tie-dye hoodies, which I love, so we had to make another one.
Ooh,
And the back,
Ooh.
the back,
What?
all of this text, which you can't see
What does it
from
say?
this, it's all quotes from like 10 years worth of Yes.
Are there dirty words on it?
I don't know.
It just says all work and no play makes Marisha a dull girl over and over and over again.
It's available right now in all our Critical Role shops. Check it out.
We're just so excited.
We're just getting started.
Liam, you're up next.
Oh, I got one. Another way you can celebrate 10 years of Critical Role is with Stories Untold.
Oh, it's so good.
And it really is. It's an anthology featuring the perspectives of 10 characters who fought alongside and against Vox Machina. I'm so proud of this book. It's a special collection. It features a foreword written by me.
Hey.
With stories by 10 contributors, including Abria Iyengar, Sam Maggs, and Martin Cahill, plus a cover by Adrian Ibarra-Lugo. Stories Untold is now available wherever books are sold, because it's a book, in hardcover, ebooks, or audiobook formats. Additionally, our friends at Penguin Random House are running a sweepstakes where one lucky winner will receive a copy signed by all 10 contributors and the Critical Role cast.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's cool.
I did not agree to this.
For more information on how to enter the sweepstakes and buy your very own copy of Stories Untold, head to criticalrolebooks.com.
Fantastic.
Wow.
Did you
Thank you
hold it
so
up?
much, Liam.
I didn't. There it is.
That's
See?
what it looks like.
Even better. This, and it looks like this, and there's words in it.
There's definitely words in this.
Awesome.
Wait, now I
there's
think that there
definitely-
isn't.
There's words.
You shut your mouth.
Are there bad words?
There are
It's
bad
nothing
words.
but bad words. I love it.
Oh, we're such
All right. I think that concludes our announcement. So, Brennan, get back in the seat.
Oh, there he is.
A lot of dice in there.
That's a lot of dice.
What's the line from Seven Samurai when he says he has a lot of swords, he has like 8 swords in the ground, and then the guy goes, "That's a lot of swords," and he goes, "I need to do a lot of killing."
Yeah. He's so good.
Hell yes. Great. With that,
My wallet.
Let's go.
Nothing. Continue.
Oh, yep. With that, let's go ahead and jump into tonight's episode of Exandria Unlimited Divergence. Rising up, its eastern side illuminated by the faintest early rays of dawn light, its western edge still lavender and indigo, the snow and stone facing the receding night in the west. The mountain known as Heaven's Stair, here in the lands of Isilra, the city of Vasselheim. This city awakens in a new day, having seen the dawning of yet another age. Walls, the outer edge, shattered and lay low, some by the blows of gods themselves, scatter here, and yet the city stands. Vasselheim, the Dawn City. It had seen the founding, the clashes of the schism, the heights of the age of Arcanum. In these streets, at one point, fell the footsteps of Vespin Chloris, who would call the calamity upon the world, and those long centuries of ruin would the Dawn City weather and survive. And now yet again another age comes to this eternal place where mortals walk hand in hand, arm in arm, knowing that a new day has come to Exandria. Carts move hither and to. You see the muddy, unpaved streets. In some ways, the city harkens back to all of the earlier ages of its long, long life. It's massive masonry blocks of stone. The buildings of this place, all, even the ones that aren't temples, have a feeling of reverence, adoration. Everything here is built to last. Even the rubble has some solemnity and gravity to it here in this place. As you approach, having traveled for days across stormy seas, all the way to the city of Seagate, and then some 30 miles inland to the city of Vasselheim. What are you feeling as you approach this place?
Arrow knows that he was brought here as a very, very small child, before memory could hold. But seeing the outline of the city against the landscape is sending echoes to the back of his mind. Whisper of memory.
Phaedra's looking out at the city, and some part of it feels familiar, being back in a city again, I think.
Yeah.
Feels a little bit like home, but just so much bigger, so much older, and kind of for the first time, she's starting to think about what it means to, like, have a place, to have people that endure, that who have existed for years before and who will continue to exist. And that she just occupies a very tiny sliver of that moment in time that exists now. It's overwhelming.
Garen's imagination had never really taken too much time to visualize what the city could have even looked like. It was just a distant myth that would never cross his path. And kind of beholding its scale and scope, especially given the context of its survival over the past centuries, you can't help but be struck with awe. Quiet awe.
Big.
You're smart now. You can say more than that.
What else am I supposed to say
No,
about
you're
that?
right. That's fair.
It is
big.
Yeah.
You finally have enough room to stretch.
Yeah.
Nia is looking at this city, realizing or continuing to sort of process the mission ahead of her. She has a really grand task to let the people of the city know that change is here, and it isn't like what we could have possibly imagined, and there's incredible hardship ahead of us, but we have what we need. And Nia's just sort of working around her speech in her head while looking at this great city. Nia is a wanderer. She's been a lot of places, but she's never been to a place quite like this.
Taking in the thousands upon thousands of people that call this place home, seeing a city, seeing for the first time a structure that dwarfs Rybad Cole many times over. The vast neighborhoods and temples towering, a place that has been protected for so long by the prime deities. And you see a people, humans, elves, dwarves, vast and sundry peoples of Exandria, and a feeling here of panic, but the kind of panic that precedes both hope and despair. Something is changing. As you walk in, I want everyone here to go ahead and give me a perception or an insight check, depending on what you're looking for in this moment.
Good.
Starting off already.
Mm-hmm.
What do we get over here?
15.
15. 1.
Natural 20, 26.
What do we get over here?
16.
16.
A measly 18.
A measly 18. Unbelievable. Nia, you are lost in thought. You are very much just dwelling on the task before you. As you walk in, Grinalin, the warrior that was a family friend of Eros, turns to you and says,
if need be, I can take you directly to Shadowbrook. That is where the High Priestess of the Moonweaver will be, if you wish to speak with her.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
I shall move and move swiftly.
on that 16, was that perception or insight?
Perception.
What is Garin on the lookout for as you enter this new place?
I think he's, for one, I think he's gauging the general. And actually, you know what? I mean, it would be the same with perception or insight. It would be more of an insight, now that I think about it. They're both the same school. He'd be more interested in kind of gauging the vibe of the populace getting a feel for how much panic, tension, or comfort there exists amongst the people here in these tail moments of the calamity?
Trying to look at the level of panic that are on the people here, what you see is a city that has, for the past several centuries, seen first and foremost to the defense of its relics, its people, its knowledge, those things gathered here. In some way, I think on that perception, Garin, you think of Lyanna's cache, the mortal avatar of the Moonweaver who lived side by side with Nia for a mortal lifetime here in Exandria. The cache of things she hid at the bottom of the Storm Point Mountains. This is that times the effort of many of the prime deities in full force, and the vast cultures and learnings of Exandria, knowing that if they could get here to the frozen north of Isilra, there'd be one place that they could be sure to hold on to that, and hold on to it they have dearly through many assaults from the forces of the betrayers. That being said, I think what you watch is a painful and panicked gear shift where the highest priority has been the defense of self, and the grooves of habit worn in by that now look at a city which may see advantage in turning its attention outward for the first time. And there is fear in that, and a sense of, if in combat you are on the ground holding your organs to not be kicked while you are down, and suddenly there is a pause and you realize after centuries you need to put a palm on the ground and stand up, there is a moment of fear, knowing that to press advantage and find true victory, you will have to make yourself vulnerable. On a 26, on a nat 20 insight.
So smart.
Crocus, what are you looking for in this place?
I think Crocus is scanning the crowds as we walk through and trying to judge the general emotional sense of the crowd around him. Be that, what is it like to walk down a street in this city? Is it dangerous? Is it scary? How is the vibe of this city? Is it a safe city? Is it a dangerous city?
You believe that this is a safe city for a certain type of person, but that this city has seen its darkest chapters unfold in this moment. You look around and do not see, for lack of a better word, there is not a lot of playfulness here. This is a place of worship. It is reverent. There are certainly no open wizards walking around in this place. And I think that you can feel that there is the sense of purpose that comes with this much faith collected in a place.
Right.
That for the purpose it serves, there is no safer place in Exandria. And for those outside that purpose, you walk in the shadow of great and mighty things. And that gives some sense of unease, perhaps.
Okay. Well.
And on that 26 insight as well, I think, on a nat 20, you also look at Phaedra in this moment. And I think the orb hanging around that symbol of the knowing mistress. See Phaedra. On a nat 20 insight, what does Crocus see on Phaedra's face?
I think you see... I think normally Phaedra, even when it's not true, she gives off the feeling of being like completely on top of any situation that she walks into. She's like instantly gets a read for stuff. And I think for the first time you see Phaedra is looking around at this, just trying to like put together the puzzle pieces of like, who are we here? What are we doing as part of this? And she is just like lost and overwhelmed and trying not to show it, but like, yeah.
Feature on a 16. What are you looking for?
I think I'm just gonna do a little insight into how the rest of the people in the city are regarding us specifically, because we presumably look pretty obviously we're a bunch of travelers. We came in from out of town. Yeah, if there's any sort of reaction to us as we pass through.
You see that you're not getting a big reaction as travelers because travelers are pouring into the city. And you can see they're pouring in a way that is actually blocking an almost equal force of people trying to pour out. I think you see some people, like Crocus, you're nearby, you see some people that appear to have like hand wrappings and sort of like under some hand wrappings, some like bloody knuckles, looks sort of like unarmed combatants, speaking to each other about like waiting for the tide of people flooding in to like make their way out because they're about to head out. They look packed for a long journey somewhere. And in the travelers that are rushing in, you see that the bigger emotion is felt by people flooding in who are similarly gawking. The ship that came from the sort of southwest of Guisar joined a lot of other ships. So your ship with Grenalin, there were many that were out looking for survivors. And you see wagons from those ships coming in and recognize the other people that have escaped the Strife Emperor, which appears to be like a flood of people that headed for a coast anywhere, got picked up by ships. And on that 16, you see a group of stragglers. Many of them look like maybe they haven't washed in weeks because they've just been fleeing as fast as they can. In the back of that wagon is a figure that you look at for a second and narrow your eyes. The figure is almost monochromatic because he is so covered in dust and rubble, but underneath the dust and debris is a fine black velvet coat, and there is a little boy with a bandaged hand in the back of a wagon, staring kind of blankly ahead as a wagon moves into the city.
Fuck. Crocus. You see those? The guy with that nice shirt and the kid with the hand?
Huh?
We need to fucking deal with them. He's the one who put that wound in his own child's hand.
Okay.
Nothing yet, but we keep an eye on him.
Right.
Yeah.
On an 18, what is Arrow looking for?
Well, Arrow... I don't know necessarily that Arrow has a mission in this place. He's largely here to serve as almost like a valet to Nia and to this group. But he hopes, he's certainly not any great orator or leader, but he hopes that, depending on the circles Nia pulls us into, that all of us serve as an example for the thaw he's beginning to perceive across this world. And I remember as a child the numbers that would come into Seagate from Guisar and elsewhere was anemic. Not many would make it to us. Some would choose to finish their journey and stay in the town where I was raised, and some would continue on here to this city. But the sheer scale of travelers is just further proof that this world is not the one I have known for my entire life. And if I can impart that to any of the decision makers of this place. That's enough. They have looked inward for centuries. But if there's going to be new growth, they'll have to get out of their walled garden.
Moving through the streets of Vasselheim, you head towards the neighborhood of Shadowbrook, nearer to the base of the Heaven's Stair, massive staircase going up the mountains. You see a babbling series of brooks, this like ice cold, crystal clear water collecting in these mirrored pools around a very small neighborhood of these stone buildings. And you see many of the buildings have these massive sort of dolmen stones set over their doorways with writings in Sylvan and Celestial on them. You see that there are like small little sort of public bird baths that are left with small offerings for the Fae in this place. Those friends of the Moonweaver. As Grenalin moves you through this place, you see a truly panicked mob gathered around a massive stone temple that holds that crescent moon of the Moonweaver over it. You see people are holding each other. Some people are weeping. And you see that many of the people that are weeping as you approach appear to be clerics of the Moonweaver.
Can you take a little bottle or vial of that crystal clear water?
Yes.
Cool, thank you. And then can I look for... I'm seeing all these panicked people. I don't know if I necessarily want to disturb them yet. I would love to talk to a leader or a high priestess if possible.
Yes. You move forward into the temple, and you see Grenalin comes up and speaks with one of the guards there. Turning around, it is rare to see a, like, elven woman that sort of shows any sign of aging. And perhaps it isn't aging. Perhaps she just hasn't slept in a century. But with sort of bags under her eyes and this beautiful wavy hair that flows out that is nonetheless kind of not perfectly kempt in these like silvery, sort of like plum and silver wrappings of her hair, steps out and comes forward, tending to various people. She goes to one of the nearby sort of warriors that holds a sort of moon-shaped silver sickle as their sole weapon, and just goes, we must tend to all that are here. An explanation is coming. I have reached out to the farseer, Volsting. He will, and you see someone comes up who has a symbol of the knowing mentor around them and says, my lady Eldanwin, Volsting has fallen. He is terribly ill and requires some healing of some kind. And you see she says, I, and looks to her hands and holds them in prayer, speaking a prayer that she has spoken many times before, and nothing comes. And you can see her shaking with a sense of panic.
It's as good a time as ever to introduce myself. Hi.
Careful.
Thank you, Carl. Lady, hi. My name is Rainia. I believe I have information you seek about our Moonweaver.
She looks to you and says,
I understand you have a large gathering of people you need to tend to. Is there a place we can speak privately, briefly? She tries to very quickly, like, flash the thing that Luce had to be like, I'm valid, I swear.
She looks to you and says, you are a member of our brethren, our sisterhood. What abbey or temple, what glade do you hail from?
None. I am someone who's been given a gift and just now learning how to use it.
Self-taught?
More or less.
Go ahead and give me persuasion with disadvantage.
Okay. She didn't like my Moonweaver symbol. She liked my book.
This place is crawling with Moonweaver symbols.
Yeah,
They got
true.
Moonweaver symbols all over the place.
The old novelty shops on the way in.
Yeah, there's a little rotating kiosk that has, it's just fucking full.
Yeah. You can get one with your name on it.
Bunch of moons, right? That's where I was going.
Yeah.
This is Sean, Steve, Susan.
Just that reaction. Oh, you were homeschooled.
My son is named Bort.
My son's is also Bort.
Only a 14.
Only a 14.
Can I can't do anything.
She looks to you and says, congratulations on finding the path of the Moonweaver. I am very busy.
Can I? Oh God, this is so much. I have that letter opener, right?
Yeah.
Can I slice my hand?
You see her go, hello!
Wait. And I'm gonna close it and then try and cast Cure Wounds on myself. And open my palm up and see that it is no longer cut. And be like, I understand you are overwhelmed. I'm here to help relieve some of that.
I think you should listen. We've all witnessed miracles at the behest of this one.
Please come with me.
At once.
And you see, she turns, she moves out into the street, and you see that a group of sort of Moonweaver faithful gather around her, walking. Vasselheim is a bizarre mixture of highest reverence and deep humility. The streets are not paved here. They are muddy and filled with stones. And you see her walk, the hem of her sort of beautiful, like, deep plum purple with sparkles of sort of like gemstones or small flecks of iridescent things within it. Trails in the mud behind her, and she walks, her boots muddy and dirty. Those gathered around her hold tattered pennants and banners of the Moonweaver, almost like she would be traveling in a carriage or a palanquin in some greater imperial city. But here, just 4 of the faithful with pennants gather around her as she walks herself to this next place. She turns to you, going, your name again, child, I'm sorry.
Nia. You can call me Nia.
Nia. I am Eldanwin. You wield a miracle. Give me an insight check.
Cha-cha, please. Oh, not too bad. You said insight? Mm-hmm. Oh, goodness. Great. 21.
The relationship between faith and doubt is a complicated one. This is a woman who has wielded not just the magic of the Moonweaver, but some of the greatest magics of the Moonweaver, who now looks at her frail and faltering hands and cannot understand why the magic is not coming to her. And given the silence ringing behind her eyes, this is a woman who feels a relationship to her goddess faltering, and given the choice to blame the goddess or herself, you can see is blaming herself in this moment and does not know what to make of that.
Been there.
I
will try not to take up too much of your time. The Moonweaver, and you see Nia trying to explain how her sister is the Moonweaver, but also not, and she takes the book that she'd been writing her story in and puts it in her hands and says, when I'm gone, you can read this and know this. The Moonweaver is not gone. Our gods are not gone. They are behind a gate to protect us from their siblings and the betrayers. I understand that there has been a lessening of magic. It is not because you have failed in any way. It is because we now have to find new ways to rebuild. My sister.
You say your sister? Why? As dear a relationship as that is, I just have never heard.
My sister's technically the Moonweaver.
She means it quite literally.
Yes.
Show her the orb.
You are a you. Sure.
I place the orb in her hands while it's still around my neck, so that she can see what we saw.
Huh.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
She turns to one of her attendants and says, find Morgana and Rox right away. We should all meet. We need to see to Volsing. We need to see to the Farseer. And you see that she says, would you come with me to the Rune Keep?
Yes. Can my friends come?
Yes, by all means. We all walk in the light of we all walk in the light.
Follow me. Yeah.
And
The vow told
Fuck it, whatever.
you see this like all that this woman's whole vibe is that she should be sitting on a throne backlit by mystical light coming from another dimension and giving cryptic answers to the pointed questions of adventurers. And instead, she woke up a couple days ago and couldn't cast magic. And it has been flopping like a fish on a dock kind of since then. And her whole vibe is ruined. A woman with a ruined vibe, but just walking, being like, okay, this... I guess what, like 19-year-old is telling me what time it is or whatever. Or I guess half-elf, so much older than that. But still, a young woman is telling this ancient elven woman.
Also very, like, still, she doesn't have Nia doesn't have an incredible grasp, truly, on what has happened, what is happening, what is going to happen, what she should do. She is still, I think, feeling the effects of that Nat 1 of, like, I have the tools of a leader and the dreams of a survivor. She is feeling quite like she's of that similar vibe of like, I have much more power than I thought I would ever need. And is just trying to give all the helpful information to the people who she believes would utilize it better than herself.
Walking with her, you approach an area within Vasselheim, this tall, blocky structure, and you can see that around it there are panels of stone turning on massive stone wheels and plinth. Every square inch of this massive, blocky keep is covered head to toe in runes. Vast and many, written large and then small. The lintels of the doors have runes, some 4 inches tall, but then some molding, and that molding will have the sort of little half-inch runes written along that, but then on the ridges of that, even smaller, are written others in language upon language upon language. And you see within this holy site of the Knowing Mentor. As you walk within, the smell of incense is so strong and powerful here. You see, wearing heavy cloaked robes, the faithful of the Knowing Mentor walk inside this place. You see the runes alight, and I think actually you can all look and see that as Crocus walks, his kind of clawed footprints leave a little bit of glowing magic behind as they step on the rune covered. Even the floors here are covered in runes. Moving forward, you enter a holy chamber, moving up a short staircase to rows of dormitories, and you see, in keeping with sort of a cloistered order, that the bedroom of what they call the farseer is as humble as any of the cloistered order gathered here. It is no grand or palatial bedroom, but you walk inside and see 2 figures side by side. There is a half-orc, old half-orc man, big cow-catcher chin, 2 tusks coming up, but he looks frail. He looks sort of like he's wasting away. You see that he has a kind of like multiple like sort of stick and poke tattoos over him, and one of the tattoos written in runes, but the writing creates a hieroglyphic shape of an eye in the center of his forehead. And you see that he sort of shakes, blankets piled on top of him, but is shaking under a disease. Next to him, you see a dwarven matriarch, priestess, warrior, smith, crafter, a cube of a woman, who she stands. She has this massive bearskin mantle over thick, like leather and scale armor. Her, she sort of is sitting on a small stool. The stool strains under the armor, giant stone hammer on an amulet around her neck. She has scars and injuries on her that are far from cosmetic. There's an injury. She's missing about 3 or 4 teeth from the top and a little bit of the bone of her upper jaw. You can see the lip hangs down from an old injury here. She has seen battle. You look at some of the rubble out on the wall and you wonder if she was not in the direct line of some of those blasts from earlier. And you see that there is an enormous round steel shield next to her that you see has a symbol on it of a cracked anvil. You see that she holds this orc has these, she's like very tall and gangly, has this long, frail hand, and she's got these squat, strong, blocky hands that are grasping this old orc, and you can see that she's just pouring divine magic out of herself into the hand of the farseer. As you enter with Eldanwyn, you see her speaking in who here can speak Dwarven?
Strangely.
What she says over and over again is just going, I know I cannot hear you, but please hear me. I know I cannot hear you, but please hear me. I know I cannot hear you, but please hear me. As this healing magic pours out, Nia, sort of effortlessly, you can feel or tell that the healing magic is entering over and over again, and it is not finding purchase. It is not finding what it needs to find in here.
Okay. I look to Aldonwyn to see if she's giving me like leave to enter this space.
Yes, you see she enters and gives introduction. She says, Morgana, I'm sorry to disturb you. This is Rainier. And you see Morgana turns and goes, Rainier, I don't know you, my child.
No, and I don't know you, but I have information about the availability or lack thereof of our gods.
She looks to you and says, so it is true. And you see Eldanwyn says, my mistress's magic has left me. And you see that Morgana turns to you and says, strange are the tidings here. You see she steps up, placing the hand of the farseer gently on his chest, and goes, she turns to you and goes, I am Morgana Thundershield. I am Forge Keeper of the Allfather here in Vasselheim. You see that she looks to you and says, you bring tidings of what has befallen the Moonweaver.
Yes.
You see Eldanwyn turns to you and says,
our connection to the gods is the most precious thing that we have. And we have long sent our hearts out to our sisters and siblings in the followers of the Allhammer. And you see that Morgana looks down and says, though our magic is availed to us, none of our order have heard, none in living memory have heard the Allhammer's voice. We feared him, dead, captured, or worse. When the gods war, certainly there are mortal prices to pay.
Of course.
You see, she looks to Eldaman and says, but strange it is for many years, the followers of the Moonweaver have joined us as well in being unable to hear the words or reassurance of their goddess. And we fear the worst now that their magic has left them.
It may have left some, but not all.
Eldaman speaks and says, Rhaenyra is a cleric, newly forged, of the Moonweaver, who has her miracles at hand. And you see that Morgana sort of squints.
And I know this sounds ridiculous, but I am the mortal sister of the Moonweaver herself. Or a piece of her lived. She sort of hits that lived hard. Lived within my sister. And before she left, she shared with me that I will have her magic as long as I continue to hold faith. And I'm continuing to hold faith. So it is all very confusing, and Nia still is like, she worked on the speech on the ship and none of it is coming to her in this moment. But she just does what she always does and offers how she can be helpful. She has miracles on hand. I travel with my companions, and we all have different gifts, but I think I need to share Liana, the Moonweaver's message with the people, or at least the people of this order.
Pharaoh has been hanging back for quite a while and speaks up from the rear. This young woman has crossed the Osmit Sea to carry the words of the Moonweaver from her very lips to you.
Freed from the clutches, the Strife Emperor himself, we climbed out of the ash of southern Guisar, so that she might come and bring hope.
The fight of us bear witness.
Yes. And I'm no woman of faith, never have been, but I cannot deny what I've seen and heard from this woman. Her power, her faith is undeniable.
Aye. Long walk.
Eldanwin looks to you, along with Morgana.
Actually, as we perfunctorily make these phrases, I gently tap the hearth's hammer at my side while looking towards Morgana.
You tap the hammer at your side, looking at Morgana. You see she looks at you, smiles, gives a sort of knowing nod as a member of the same faith. You see that Eldanwin says, I do not know if the Moonweaver has spoken to you. She told you that she need leave this place.
Yes.
They all are.
That cannot be. You see, Morgana looks up at you and goes, the Allhammer would not abandon this world.
They are not the same thing.
It is a mercy, I swear. From what was shared with me, it is their influence, their presence on this world has allowed for great evil, despite the intentions of the gods. They are taking leave to protect us from them. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but there are pockets of power available. I have one. I cannot imagine I'm the only person. Maybe of the Moonweaver, I'm the only. But there is work to be done.
Aldanwin, in this moment, I think you see Aldanwin struggling mightily.
Am I close enough to Aldanwin to take her hand?
Yeah.
I take her hand and I put my other hand over it. You are no longer meant to fare alone. There is power that I have that I am readily available to share with you. If you remind yourself to keep faith in a God far away.
As the words "keep faith in a God far away" resound, you see her heart break and she collapses into you, all pride gone. These clerics are servants and they strive for humility, but in striving there is that desire in the back of every cleric's mind to be the greatest servant, and the desire for that greatness is itself sometimes an obstacle to the humility that is required to serve. And you see here, as you hold her, that hubris collapses and gives way to true humility. She wipes a tear from her eyes. It has been my greatest honor to serve her, and my life's greatest joy to learn to share her miracles. During the darkest hours of the calamity, I always felt her at my side. To wield her magic was effortless. Perhaps it will be an even greater joy to learn to build it up again anew.
And I would guess the faith, the devotion to rebuilding, you will see something strong within yourself that you may have never known. This is an opportunity. Dare I say a boon?
She smiles, and you hear a sudden from the bed as the farseer awakens.
Can Nia go to him?
Yeah.
She goes to him. She tries to sort of copy Morgana's, just takes his hand and tries to like cure or heal or help or just keep him holding.
Go ahead. You can pour that energy in there, but I'd also ask for a medicine check, and you can do so with advantage as you pour actual healing magic into it.
Crocus goes over to the Moonweaver High Priestess and just kind of picks her up onto her feet and goes, "Strength starts now." And I picks her up and makes her stand.
She's standing again. And you see her looking, and you see her immediately for whatever disaster has befallen her station. And it's mostly a disaster of people like to have a role, and she's been the one with all the answers. Mm-hmm. And instead, she looks at this young cleric, in a true sense, a prophet, a messenger of a divine truth, and studies your hands to see how you are doing what you're doing.
Learn to learn again.
And walks away from her and goes stand near arrows.
Mm-hmm.
That was a crocus.
Who are you?
You said medicine?
Medicine. And roll with advantage.
Oh, I will.
Entirely unreadable dice.
I know, just math. 23.
23.
Yes.
There you go.
16.
No, I'm just
Nia,
looking at the die.
It's pretty.
Yeah.
Nia never knew the world that Eldanwin knew.
Mm-hmm.
Eldanwin knew the height of calamity and how to call. She was a young elf at the outset of calamity and has lived an entire long life in Vasselheim, wielding the magic of the Moonweaver, which those circumstances were at their worst. She saw her god's physical face and felt the hand on her back every time she cast a guidance cantrip. The presence of the divine was a known fact. And what does she see in this new world when a cleric has to call on the aid of the divine? Not as just seeking intercession from a god. In other words, in all of the past centuries of Exandria, every divine spell was a direct intercession from a deity. Now it's not. It's you.
Mm-hmm.
So what does she see in this moment as you go to heal the farseer?
She... The farseer hasn't spoken at all, or hasn't said
he's
anything.
got a raspy breath.
I think Nia just speaks to him of her dreams, of the deals that her sister and herself made to find each other on the moon again one day. And she just talks of her dreams, talks of her hopes. She is very like bedside manner. Everything's going to be fine. One day my sister and I, we joked and laughed and shared and loved. And even in those dark, scary times, our love carried us through. And she's just pouring as much love and feelings of safety and of just that hope that comes with knowing that there is joy in the future.
That hope pours out of you. Anyone who wants to can make a religion check if you would like to. That feels appropriate now.
I think, sorry.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
I think, is the farseer, is that another nat 20?
No, it's
okay.
real bad.
Is the farseer's eyes open or are his eyes closed?
Oh, his eyes are open.
She takes out the mirror, and I'm assuming he's like lying
Yeah.
on his back. She takes out the mirror and tries to like reflect her hand holding his so that he may see in this moon mirror that help is here, help is available, and joy is in the future.
The farseer looks to the mirror. What did we get for these religion checks?
Oh, I'm pulling a nettle up from my fingernail. I rolled a 6.
Great.
3.
3.
We're already up an 18.
18.
Ooh, 11.
11. Phaedra, I think you're looking, as you've said, you're not a person of faith. And there's always been something about the direct intercession of the gods. Like, you lived under the direct intercession of the Strife Emperor for a long fucking time. I don't know how chuffed you are at the idea of the gods running around. And in fact, probably some part of you, if the goal is for the gods to all leave, hey, shit, it makes an interesting world, you know? Oh, mom and dad are going away for the weekend.
Yeah. Easy, Marla.
But what you see here is that in the center of Vasselheim, Nia works a miracle. And the miracle is that these spells of healing and of communion with the forces of nature and divinity in all the preceding ages of Exandria were heartfelt requests from the followers of these divinities for their direct intercession. Nia, through and mediated by her love of her sister, the Moonweaver, shows that that divine source lives in a mortal heart as well, and is her belief that intercedes on her own behalf. That belief that there is a reunion coming on the moon, far away in its shining silver light, that her and her sister will be reunited. And that, for the first time, does not need to be literal, does not need to feel the hand of the divine come crashing down. There is divinity in that belief itself, and that heals the farseer. He looks into the mirror, his eyes focusing.
Hi, here you are. Hi, I'm Rainier. Welcome back.
A miracle made by hand. Thank you.
Careful now. She just rests the mirror on, like, he's on a bed of some kind, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just rests it on that and immediately puts her focus to him.
The easy days are behind us.
Yes.
Oh, no.
But we can create easy days.
It will be a long time in the doing.
Yes.
But I have nothing better to do with my time than to make a better world.
I'd like to show you something. Crocus? You know how you put your,
right.
Yeah.
He walks over to the bed, and kind of ducks underneath the canopy, like, and puts the orb in the hand of the man.
He holds it in these frail old hands.
So that's how it all happened. I have just awoken from a deep and painful slumber. You should keep this.
I was planning on it. It's not a gift.
He looks and says,
Knowledge is a heady brew, best consumed and shared in equal parts by all, and not hoarded by the very few at the expense of those with little.
He looks, and as the farseer, as this head of those devotees of the knowing mistress, he looks at Eldanwin and looks at Morgana. You see that you hear a sort of clopping of hooves outside, and you see that there's, out the window, a kobold armored in platinum armor riding a bighorn ram disembarks a symbol of the platinum dragon over the sort of the symbol. You see he has like what to most people would be a spear, but to him is clearly a knight's lance that he places on the side of the bighorn ram. And you see that as the farseer begins speaking and goes,
Nothing. It seems my mistress has joined your sister. Those of my order, those closest to her, all felt it. She has suffered an eternal injury, paid a great price in battle. I felt the wound and nearly died, and would have followed, but for your intercession and the power of your faith. A word that now holds even greater weight as the new age dawns. Faith has flowed effortlessly as the gods have walked the world. To wield their magic now will require actually some believing in things unseen and far removed. There is great work to be done.
Agreed.
We will study with you if we can, Rainier, to see how your magic is wielded. For the gods wish to give their gifts still, but their gifts cannot be handed freely. They must be sought by the pure of heart and those of strong conviction. Also, their plan, their great plan, is in jeopardy. The last and great battles are soon to be fought, far, far away. The final conflicts will unfold underneath the long and terrible shadow of Gordranus. That is where the final clashes will occur. But a great and hideous evil has been sealed at great cost to my mistress. Now there is some chance. However, in her parting, she relayed to me a truth that the Moonweaver has relayed to you. He turns to Morgana and Eldanwin and says, the truth is as she says. The gods are leaving. You see Eldanwin weeps, and you see that Morgana just spits on the ground and crosses her arms looking grumpy.
Yeah. You'll process differently.
You see walking in this like armored kobold walks in and says, yeah. You look
So
over.
small.
He looks up at you, and you see he looks up and says, brother. You see he speaks out and says, I am Rux Tallheart, paladin of the Platinum Dragon.
Rux, you said?
Rux, R-U-X.
Thank you.
As he looks around, and you see that Morgana turns and says, like ourselves, those followers of the Platinum Dragon have not heard from their god in many long years. And you see that Rux speaks and says, it troubles me not that I do not hear from him. If our hearts are true, we follow, in song or in silence. To defend the walls of Vasselheim has been an honor. And you see that the Farseer speaks and goes, and now the battle moves to Wildmount. You see that looking out from this place, you see that the Farseer in the bed says, the battles that unfold in Wildmount will be great and terrible. Beings of raw divine energy will seek to make the last push against the Scaled Tyrant, the Lord of the Hells. However, there is a problem much thornier and more complex than simple clashing of army on army. All of the gods must be found and leave this world in order for this gate to be sealed. Several of the prime deities are captured or missing. Even with the Lord of the Hells and the Scaled Tyrant defeated, if they are simply sealed away, then he gestures to the orb. One enterprising archmage need only snap his fingers and the calamity is reborn anew. We must find these captured or banished deities somewhere. They are within Exandria. And you see
Looking out at you, he sort of speaks and says, in your journeys, you do not come by any travelers or possibilities strings. You see Morgana sort of arches an eyebrow and says, did you pass any massive sealed gateways between crystal obelisks that seem to have some god captured behind them?
Like half dozen.
You see she laughs and says, some pragmatism I think is in order, certainly.
We did cross paths with a few of the deities, if you can believe it, but not the ones you are seeking.
She sort of wipes her brows and says, Eldamon looks and says, it has been a long, long day. Nia, would you stay here in Vasselheim for a time to help teach what we may learn? Your connection to your divinity may be a road for us to take to attempt to wield the magic of our own gods.
Nia sort of looks at Arrow and is trying to gauge. Nia would love to stay, Nia would love to help, but she is not alone, and she does not want to put her needs over the needs of the group and of the team.
Mm-hmm.
She says, I will stay for as long as I can, but I move with my party.
Mm-hmm.
I will stay for as long as I can.
She nods. You see that Rux turns to you and says, well, long days of travel, bellies need filling.
Aye.
We'll be happy to give you accommodations here in Vasselheim.
Thank you.
Let the wealth be shared, and food and drink, libations given.
Libations.
Oh, I can know what that word means now.
The farseer looks and says, there will be more to speak of. Thank you for saving my life. The knowledge you have gleaned and the path you have taken here provides some strand of hope for the battles yet to come in Exandria.
It is unending.
And you see that Rux takes you guys out from the Farseer's chamber and brings you over to a sort of frigid outdoor sort of like hall. You see people dressed in furs, and he comes over and says, cloaks and furs. It's chilly here in Vasselheim, especially for us scaled types. Important to stay warm.
Fine.
He'll be fine.
Ah! Yes, you will, brother. You are a mighty, mighty combatant, I can see. Tall and broad of shoulder.
Best in the business.
You cut an imposing figure yourself.
Small I am in stature, but it bothers me not. The smaller the man, the greater his share of bravery on the battlefield.
The things I've seen my friend here do, I do believe it.
Ah. Yeah. And to what god are you devoted?
Oh, you know, as such changing times, I'm sort of between deities at the moment. But I have faith in my companions. I have faith in Nia. I have seen all of the gods bestow wonderful gifts, both real, tangible gifts, but gifts in many other ways. In my companions. And my faith lies with them.
Exceptional. Was that when you said change? Is that the change bringer, or was it this?
Yes.
Ha ha! A cagey answer for a follower of the change bringer.
Oh, you
Exactly,
got
to be
me.
expected.
All hail the change bringer.
All right.
Just snorts and big puffs of kind of like hot air come out of his nose.
You see, he says, "Very well. Some stew for my friends." And you see that he walks off to go get some food.
Garen's gonna lean in and kind of just elbow Nia in the side of it and be like,
So, not too bad for your first time in Vasselheim, eh?
Not bad at all. Nia sort of confides in this moment of like, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Here's the secret. Nobody ever does.
Oh, that's good. That feels good.
What are you gonna put on a habit now?
I mean, I'm guessing I have to. What's the? Well, I don't even know anything about the change.
Guess you gotta figure it out.
I do.
Maybe a bad habit.
Ha.
I tell jokes.
Welcome to the new world. Arrow's telling jokes. Arrow's doing bits now.
Maybe this wasn't the change we thought was coming.
Yeah.
Then yet it's here.
Everyone's gonna tell more jokes. It doesn't fix anything, but
Yeah. We laugh. Laughter's good.
Call it Arrow's humor. I'll be here all night.
Kill him.
I'm so
Kill him now!
As your laughter rings out, hearing the sound of your laughter, you hear behind you near Nia? Rhaenyra?
Whip pan
How does
turn.
this possibly keep happening?
I know a lot of people.
Well, you were told that 2 people did come to Vasselheim, and your mother and father rush through the crowd towards you.
Push past as many bodies as are in between me and my parents, and I just like jump. I don't push that hard.
the table.
Just like leaps into her father's arms, scoops her mother up as well, just holds them and is laughing, not weeping. She just laughs and laughs and laughs. Probably cry laughs a little bit, but not like there's no sadness here. There is only that weird, that like feeling of when confirmation bias turns into confirmation.
Yeah.
She knew that this was going to happen. And so she just feels a sense of pride within herself of like, this is what happens when you never give up. And just is held by her parents.
Your parents weeping, your mother, an elven woman. You see that she has band after band around her, like silvery white locks that go down to the middle of her back. Your father, a human man, grasps you and holds you both tight, lifts you up into his arms and twirls you both around. He's just weeping. You see this, I can't believe it.
I can't just wait until I tell you what's happened.
Liana found us and said that she was going to meet you at Torm's Hill.
We have to talk about Liana. These are my friends.
Is she all right?
Yes. She's okay. She is not, and she can't get the words out.
Your mother holds her.
I was there when it happened. She is the Moonweaver?
Give me both your hands.
I love this routine.
I think while this is happening too, like the reunion here, looking at the hammer, looking at all this chaos, Garin looks over to a completely unrelated raven that's on the ground eating a piece of trash and just goes,
You did this, didn't you?
But yeah, Crocus delivers that message, and I think Nia is just like, she's okay, she's well, she's fine, she's not here, but she's watching, and she got me here. She told me that you guys would be here, and I have power unlike I've ever seen, and I'm.
Your dad goes, am I a god?
No.
Thank you.
That is a fuck ton of a download for a mom and dad.
Yeah. And you see your mom's like, I'm so sad that I've lost my daughter. But my daughter's alive. But my other daughter, but she kind of can't die. Wow, one of my daughters can't die. Can you die?
Yes.
Wait. Oh no.
But I won't.
Good.
For a time, I hope.
For a time. You see that your dad, he's like, not for a time. Your dad goes, well, that's the deal.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
And Nia just sort of like info dumps. Like, I found Arrow. Arrow found me, and I think right now she like introduces Arrow to her parents of like, this is the man who kept me alive.
He feels very like a wash in a feeling of satisfaction, but also awkwardness, and not sure what his place even is at this moment, where he has been trying to act like a protector, but now we're in the strongest city in the world. She's with her mother and father, and he just tries to set aside that wash of feelings.
It's a pleasure to meet you both.
They both hug you deeply. Just immediately, you are embraced. This very warm family. You see that the Father Casimir is just weeping openly. Marsa, your mother, just goes,
Raised two good daughters.
She weeps and goes, I cannot thank you enough. There is a gratitude greater than any other that a parent holds for one that has seen their child through fire and torment to safety once again. We owe you everything.
She's enriched my life. Gift is mine.
Well, our home is your home forevermore, and should you ever need a bed or a full belly, she says, please come to our home.
Come to our home. You have to see our home.
I have to see your home.
Are we still getting stew?
Stew aplenty, and I think that in this moment, having arrived safely in Vasselheim, I will ask if there's anything you all do that night. You know, you have been asked to stay here to show this manner of faith and prayer to the clerics of Vasselheim in this way. Yeah. But you journey with a group of people. And I think that as that night wears on, you guys are eating and getting stew. That group of sort of bloody hand wrapping people, they head out that night headed for Wildmount. And I think you see Crocus, some of them look at you with a nod of just sort of familiarity as they see a fearsome unarmed combatant much like them as they prepare to head to Wildmount for the final. It seems like the Dawn City has gotten the memo, and it is the great final clashes are going to happen, and we need to head to Wildmount at once. For the rest of you, let me ask what you do either that very night or indeed if you wish to stay for some time. You certainly have earned some rest.
Yeah. But before I rest, I think I am going to try and find a certain velvet suit-wearing lord.
Yes.
See if I can find him. Just watch him for a little bit.
Oh, I was like, who?
Yes.
I switched places with Crocus. It's fine.
She goes and watches Elton John perform, and
you see, you go ahead and start to look for this lord.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check, Phaedra.
Did you bring me with you?
Not great.
Or
Oh,
did
yeah,
you go-
100.
okay.
I'll always do this. Unless otherwise noted.
Yeah.
It's not great. It's
Assume.
a 12.
12.
Yeah.
I think you search through it.
I'm helping. Can I give advantage?
Yes, you can give advantage.
Oh.
Yeah, go for it. Do it with advantage.
I'll just roll this one again. That was worse.
Worse.
So it's still 12.
I'll say this, on a 12, I think that it takes you a while. Vasselheim's a big city.
Yeah.
And I think, for the most part, I think time unfolds here. I think we're going to move through time a little bit. Nia, there's busy work for you here, working with the other clerics. Also, as time goes on, the followers of the Moonweaver have joined the Knowing Mistress. The Farseer communicates to you that the Knowing Mistress suffered a great and terrible injury somewhere in the world. Those followers now also need to learn this new way of not just asking for the direct intercession, but really it's the power of their belief that is making that magic happen. It is a harder way of doing it. It's a harder way of wielding the magic. It is something that changes forever the nature of Exandria. And as time goes on, the other high priests of the prime deities here begin to understand that this is going to be the new way it works, and that their gods are also going to go behind this gate.
While we're out looking for this person, I'm walking with you.
Can I talk to you about something?
Yes, you've never asked me that before. How could I say no?
I'd argue I wasn't capable.
That's fair.
Why do I call you boss?
Because you're my bodyguard. I am your boss. Same with, Otto, Tavine, all the boys.
That's not what I mean. You... for lack of a better term, hatched me.
I did. I was just a kid who won a dragon egg in a card game one day, and, life is funny in that way. You're the best victory prize I ever got.
I think you need to examine those words a little bit. And how that might make me feel that you don't refer to me as your child, but as your bodyguard. Yeah. I don't have a mom or a dad. I have you. And that's it. And I'm working for you. You call the rest of the group your boys, but I'm your bodyguard. That's fucked up.
Phaedra, for maybe the first time, Phaedra, that you've seen her, she's just completely speechless. I come down to I can reach your face. I am so sorry, Crocus. You know I love you. And you are my world. You are everything to me. It's everything that I do is so that maybe one day you can have a better life, an easier one, a happier one.
I don't know if that ever translated. You may feel that way, but I, until now, didn't know anything. I didn't know how to articulate any of this, but you didn't teach me either.
I think maybe it's because I didn't know. I think I'm not as smart as you think I am, or as I pretend to be.
But you're the smartest person I know. So
you need smarter friends.
I needed a mom, not to fight for a boss.
And he's gonna start walking away.
As Crocus departs, Phaedra, you are left in a muddy crossroad in a city of solemn, grave, and faithful people.
your heroic journey to get here has left you alone at this crossroads, searching for a lord in a velvet suit. You have a tattoo of a roach on your body. You're, deep down, a criminal. You had a whole life of double-crossing, being ruthless, blackmailing people, slitting throats that needed to be slit. Do you think any of these pious people in these city streets actually have a place for you when the new day comes? Even Crocus is walking away from you right now. What are you feeling in this moment?
Phaedra just stands still because it truly feels like the rest of the world is just going on and moving and changing in all these incredible ways. And Phaedra just stands there because it feels like her clock, the one that's been ticking inside her heart, the one that's been keeping her going this whole time, for the first time she feels like it's stopped. It's just stuck. There's no ticking, it's just silence. And standing there, watching everyone else pass her by on the streets, she feels just invisible, almost.
As you feel invisible, you kind of do fade into the shadows for a second. Give me a perception check.
Nat 1.
You're a halfling. Yeah. Oh, you're a halfling.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Good looking out.
Thank you.
Good looking out.
Thank you. Perception?
Yeah.
14.
14.
Better than one.
You
Better than
hear
that one.
you hear a little sort of muffled from one of your pockets.
Key? Is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Pull out the key.
You've been walking around. Are you looking for somebody right now?
Yeah. No, there's this guy, this real bad guy. I met him. I served him when I was back in Rybad Cole. I mean, I think he at least was back when I knew him, a devotee of the Betrayer gods. And he stabbed his own son. Which
Ew.
Is, yeah.
Ew.
Crazy man.
You see, it says, okay. Do you wanna? If he's near a door,
yes,
I can help you find him if you want. If he's not near a door, then this just won't work, and I am sorry in advance.
No. All right. I love him. Key. Listen, world's full of doors. He's gotta be near one, right? Let's do this.
Unless he's way outside, but people that dress in velvet don't like to sleep in fields.
That's true.
Okay. This is a trickier one than just like opening a door.
Okay.
Look into the gem and give me a formal do the thing.
Okay. Dear Key, it's Phaedra. Hello.
Hi, Phaedra.
I am formally requesting you to find this motherfucker that I know who stabbed his son. Please.
Okay, give me a little more description about the guy, because motherfucker's not super technical.
Okay.
And if we can do it wish instead of request, just for the whole pomp and circumstance.
Hello again, Key.
Hi, Phaedra.
Phaedra. I wish that I could find this Elven, right?
Or he was human.
He was human. Right. This human wearing he was covered in rubble, but he was wearing this black velvet suit. Find that specific motherfucker that I just described who stabbed his own son, please.
Ruby light.
You're looking through a keyhole. You see this key can look out of any keyhole in the city. And as you look through it, you see sleeping in a bed somewhere near the city's entrance. This human lord is slumbering. It looks like his lady wife has not made the journey to Vasselheim with them, but sleeping uncovered by any blanket or sheet, curled up in a fetal position on the floor at the foot of the bed, is the boy. So the father and the boy are both here in Vasselheim, and you look out the window and think you know the building. There is an open window to the icy air that is coming in as the Lord sleeps under many blankets, and the boy shivers at the ground at the foot of the bed.
I'm gonna go over there.
Hell yeah.
I say, thank you so much, Key. You know, it's just you and me now.
What?
It's just you and me. My boy.
I've abandoned my son.
Yeah.
Damn. And I put the key back in my bag. Jesus Christ. Oh, Phaedra's a fucked up person.
Great.
Honesty is important.
You slink over and see this stone building. Easy sort of handholds in the blocks, the open window up above near the entrance to the city. You find it pretty easily.
Okay. I think that I can sort of triangulate which specific room that he's in.
Well, you see a couple of windows, and only one of them is open.
Oh. I try to climb up to there and stealthily peek in.
Hell yeah, go ahead and give me acrobatics, difficulty 10.
What do I add? Is it Dex or strength?
Dex plus proficiency.
Oh, then in that case, 12.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You skirt up, crouch in the windowsill. You look and see the rubble-covered boy at the foot of the bed shivering, and the Lord sleeping in his bed. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Wait, I believe I get advantage on this because of Key,
Because
right?
of Key,
Mr.
yes,
Key.
absolutely. And I'll say, too, that the key in this moment is actually going to go to its awakened state.
Whoa. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh.
The boy
Oh,
becomes
that's
a man.
fun. That's fun. Okay.
So you raised
sorry, so stealth is what it is, right? I
Yeah.
think that I get.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 90. No. That's a 23.
23.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. On a 23, you are in the room like a ghost. There's two sleeping people in here. You're silent as a whisper.
I just get up real close to that lord who's sleeping. And I am going to use the bonus action in the awakened state that the key is now in to transform it into a dagger. And
Has teeth.
I'm gonna hold it sort of like right against his throat. And I'm gonna say, "Hey, wake up."
Roll initiative.
Oh, shit.
I mean, yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice to have proof at a time like this?
Oh. Jasmine is regretting this. Phaedra is not. Initiative, that's a 17.
17. You're going to act first. He is awake, and at the center of his pupils, a burning ember appears as an unholy light begins to gleam in his eyes.
Crocus walked away.
Walked away.
And is sitting the whole time going, and just arguing with himself as he wanders the streets. And I think eventually goes,
I
I gotta go fight her. and turns around and starts to try and look for where they went.
Give me perception or investigation. To be there within the first round, you got to give me a DC 20.
Okay.
You can do it.
No, but that is a 11.
11. Okay, cool. You'll not be there.
I won't be there.
Phaedra.
I say, with my dagger just aimed at his, right at his throat, I say, no. I'm just here to talk. I'm a devotee of the Strife Emperor. I know you. I've seen you before.
You're going to have to give me deception.
Yeah.
And you know what? To
All
keep
for you, Damien.
to keep this fair, he gets a +6 to his insight. I'm going to roll in front of the board just to prove.
I don't get any kind. I don't have anything.
Oh, that was almost 20. Instead, it's a
So
14.
close.
You need to beat a 14 on a deception.
You can do this.
13.
Great. You tell him to.
This is bad.
So you tell him that you are a servant of the Strife Emperor, and you get a 13 on your deception. He looks at you and goes, "Servant of the Strife Emperor, eh?" And is going to hold his hand. I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
It's fine. It's great. It's great. It's gonna be fine. Not 20. 7.
7.
Yeah.
The Lord begins to arise from his bed. Looking to you and saying, and you feel suddenly charmed by this man. He seems, you don't know why you were so creased at him. What's so bad about stabbing your child in the hand? He after all is such a lordly and regal man, deserving of respect, contrition, servitude. You see, he arises and says, I find the cold air benefits my constitution, and yet perhaps I shall have to keep the windows shut, for this city is rife with fleas and cockroaches. May I have that key?
My lord, what for?
Because I'm going to slit your throat with it. If you can beat a 15, maybe round 2 is better for you.
Absolutely not. It's an 8.
8. At the end of your turn, give me another wisdom saving throw. The difficulty is 15.
Nope. 5.
5. He is going to reach out. He takes the key from your hand. And he is going to make an attack roll. In making an attack roll, he breaks the charmed condition.
Okay.
But he is going to make an attack here. Your armor class is what?
13.
He hits. How many hit points do you have?
7.
Okay. He's going to roll damage with this. If he rolls a 4, you're out. On a 1, 2, 3, you have hit points remaining.
Oh my god.
He deals 6 points of damage to you.
Ooh, okay.
As he slashes at you with the key. That is going to be... you see that the boy wakes up, looking up horrified. It is your turn.
Can I... So it says that I can, on a bonus action, I can transform it back into a key instead of a dagger?
It is no longer in your
But it's not in my possession, so I can't do that. Okay. Cool. In that case...
Just gotta learn.
Kill Phaedra in the last episode.
Alright.
What do you mean?
It's the last episode.
Perfect episode.
Alright.
This cannot be.
It's Vasselheim. I very quickly try to roll under the bed
Yeah.
and like take out my crossbow and just wait there, ready for a.
Give
for
me
him to
a
be
DC 15 acrobatics.
Okay.
Or he's going to get an attack of opportunity.
Oh shit.
Ah, oh, hey.
Fuck. All right. Oh my god, what is it?
15.
15 acrobatics.
Yeah.
Which is Dex.
Dex.
11.
Your character sheet or the stat block?
I'm using it. Well, because the
What
stat.
about
My
your
stats
level
are
1 with your
different.
skillsies?
My stats are not.
Use the one that's higher. Maybe it's higher.
I don't think it's gonna be higher.
You have
than
to hope.
the
Clap your hands if you believe.
Come on.
I believe in fairies.
No,
I.
it's being poopy.
It's being poopy.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
You add a +3 to acrobatics.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
So
an 11 crushing.
your armor class is a 13.
Yes.
He is attacking right now with a +4. On a 9 or higher, he's going to hit you and drop you. And I'll be clear, we are very much. I want to set expectations for the table. This may be the end of Phaedra's story in this room.
Yeah.
And a hard lesson about choosing a diplomatic and virtuous path rather than embracing slitting this man's throat in the dark. On a 9 or higher, he hits. That's a nat 20.
Oh my god. All right.
Wow. But he does not deal your hit point total in damage. You roll a 1 and a 2 on the dice.
So I'm unconscious.
So you're unconscious.
But not
you drop.
dead. I'd say.
Wow.
Okay.
DC 10 perception.
No.
No. Doesn't do it.
I rolled a 3.
Oh my god.
Rolled a
It
3.
looked very much like an 8 for a second. It wasn't. It was a 3.
All right. Phaedra, you drop to the ground. Go ahead and give me your first death saving throw.
All right,
What
that's
if the
just
boy? The boy can't intervene?
That's just a normal D20, right?
Yeah. Yes. Nothing added.
Yeah. All right. I am gonna roll a different die. Okay.
You want a 10 or higher?
Yeah.
7.
7.
That is a failure.
Mm-hmm.
The DC is not going to lower to 5. It's going to stay at 10.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Succeed?
Yeah.
Okay. Standing over Phaedra's unconscious body, having failed her first death saving throw, Crocus, you've searched for her and arrived at a window, and up above, you smell blood. Give me a DC 10 and athletics check.
Okay. Athletics, I'm good at. That was a 15 plus 9.
24.
Yes.
Before Phaedra's second death saving throw, which on a nat 1 will end her life and her story. Crocus, you roar up the wall into the room to see this lord standing over her with a dagger. It's your turn.
And just right into the wall.
Go ahead and give me your attacks.
That is a natural 1.
Natural 1, that is a miss.
Okay. Second attack. Natural 20.
Oh my god!
Well, sir.
Okay.
Full of just sees red. Absolutely. Just charges the guy, slips, like, takes up the rug in his feet and misses the first swat, and then is just going to head down, bulldoze straight into the wall to slam him into the wall.
Go ahead and roll damage.
That is.
And you roll, it's a crit. Roll double damage.
Oh, right. That's 3, 5, 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage. Badly injured. As you slam into the wall with him, he's going to immediately take an attack against you. Actually, no, he's going to try to hit you with a spell. Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, yeah. I'm not bad actually anymore.
I mean, yeah, right. Oh, thank God for that.
Yours is probably higher than mine.
Natural 1.
Whoops. He looks at you.
I can only roll 2 numbers.
He says, easy, easy. Look in my eyes. Look in my eyes. Let's discuss. I'm gonna need another death saving throw from Feature. On that one, this is the end.
18.
18, that's a success.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hope alive, keep hope alive.
Listen to me. You know her on the ground. I will take my boy and leave. You tend to her. That's it. He goes, scoops up the child, takes the key, says, I'll be gone. That's it. He takes the child. You can also see the light fading out of his eyes as though you suspect he does not have any spell energy left. Shout out to 2 spell slots. And you see he grabs the child and slips out the door. You got an 18. Crocus, it is your turn.
All right. Crocus is going to. Does the charm end now that he's gone?
The charm ends, yes.
Okay. He looks and sees Phaedra on the ground, kind of pulls her out from under the bed, and is going to attempt to stabilize her with a medicine check.
Okay. DC 10.
That is where the 18.
18. You wrap the wound careful, as careful as you can. Phaedra, you swim in unconsciousness. You hear sounds the Lord's voice in the stairs below, holding a child. My lord, I found it. I found the key, at last. Very good. Find them as only a mortal can. The gate is almost finished, my humble servant. And that's where we're gonna go to our break.
Oh no! It's so bad!
It's so bad once again!
Phaedra, you motherfucker!
You just had to call him son one time! One time! Save my boy!
Love conquers all, and by definition, the absence of love dooms us all! See you after the break.
Suikoden is a JRPG series that tells its story through more than 100 unique characters. The 2 original titles have been united for the latest consoles as Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster. Suikoden 1, Gate Rune War is where it all started. The Empire is in chaos due to a violent tyrant, once a renowned hero. Our hero stands up as the leader of the Liberation Army and gathers allies to fight against the oppressive rule. Ideals, honor, friendship, loyalty, love, ambition. Various ideas swirl under 2 different flags, the Liberation Army and the Imperial Army. Suikoden 2, Dunan Unification War is the direct sequel. The main characters, 3 childhood friends, find themselves tossed into a great whirlpool of destiny between the kingdom and the city-states. The hero and his childhood friend Joey of the kingdom's army are ambushed by the city-states amidst a truce. In a world where the sparks of conflict are smoldering once again, the heroes come to acknowledge their own justice. Suikoden features more than 108 characters. Players travel around the world, form and expand on their relationships as they meet new friends. The number of allies that join your army will lead to leveling up your home base. As it expands, various facilities are added to increase convenience, and your journey continues. Suikoden follows a turn-based command battle. Powerful skills and co-op with allies are used to battle powerful enemies. In addition, auto battle and double speed mode have been implemented. With sped up battles, players can deeply immerse themselves in the story. War, where the player's army fights the enemy army, and Duel, in which the player fights one-on-one. Both special fights add a new layer of tension and excitement to the battles. New features such as autosave, mini-map, convo log, and swapping equipment between characters have been implemented to boost practicality. The field has been completely redesigned with HD background graphics and updated character illustrations. An epic story spun anew after 30 years. Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster, Gate Rune and Dunen Unification Wars. On sale March 6th.
Mouths. We love them all. And we want everyone to feel great about theirs. So we made the new Quip 360. Designed to revolve around you. A clean so good, you'll get your shine on. So clean, he lost his spit. So clean, you can kiss with confidence. Yeah, they're still going. A sensitive mode that helps sensitive types. So take a bigger bite. Take worries and wires away. With a battery that lasts up to 30 days. We love mouths. And mouths love Quip too. So whatever your mood, this brush is for you. Your mouth, your way. Every single day. The new Quip 360 oscillating toothbrush. Free your mouth.
Oh, hello. You're here to learn about Beacon, not only the extraordinary home for everything Critical Role, but also the best way to support the very important work that we do here.
Can someone zip me up?
I know what you're thinking. What's in it for me? What do members get? Exclusive early access to tickets for live events, access to our members-only Discord server, instant video on demand and podcast access right after each episode drop, 10% discount on all merch in all 5 international online shops. With your support, more content is possible.
It's just some immersion therapy. Keep your eyes open.
We've got Beacon exclusive series like Critical Role Cooldown, where you get to sit around the table right after an episode ends, and Fireside Chat, our community Q&A powered by the Beacon Discord and questions from members like you.
Hey, Ashley?
Yeah?
Do you want me to get you a new Mr. plushie? Because this guy is rough.
No.
I'm just gonna wash him, man.
And if that isn't enough, we've got series like Critical Role Abridged, Reslayer's Take, and Midst. Above all, Beacon is the best way to directly support Critical Role, our staff, and everyone who helps shape our company into what it is today.
I come to you in 3,
Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role.
Welcome to Weird Kids.
You look like the person at a funeral where I would wonder if you had something to do with it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I have achieved the 21st century dream of being on a podcast.
We finally did it. Oh, hello, everyone.
Hi there.
Or some of you, whoever's listening. Maybe nobody. What a week.
And I don't even know what day it is.
Who knows? I guess it doesn't matter to people who
Certainly
are
not in here. This is kind of a liminal space.
Like, I read highlights for children. This is way better.
Highlights was for dentist's office.
I have my California Science Center mug, which is one of my favorites.
Where'd you get that?
I got it at the California Science Center.
No, I just wanted to hear you say it again.
Look at her. I want to be her. 2025 has really just been a real banger so far.
Thank God it's over.
This might not be very exciting to listen to or watch for that matter.
I can keep talking. Our audience wants to murder you right now.
And I peed on the stage because I was nervous.
What question did they ask?
Wait, let me spell it again.
Okay. This is great podcast right now.
My grandpa gave me this, by the way. Not to brag. I'm on YouTube a lot. Not to
know.
brag. I was Miss Junior Michigan. Not to brag. God, that's a good mug. I'm a winner, baby.
Let's hit a weird landing. Let's jostle everybody's luggage.
Why are we doing this?
I don't meet a lot of people who have a similar level of damage. Very.
Yes!
Still restrained by the marionette tendril, is unable to get to his feet. Still racked with pain, he manages to grab his sling, slipping a stone into it, and rolls a natural 1 on his attack, missing wide. Disheartened, he goes limp, and fails his constitution save to shirk Heldwell's spell.
Poogs, just stay still, okay? Just stay still.
It is as if Poogs cannot hear timpani over the roar of pain.
Ah, this is a beautiful scene.
Hey critters, Laura Bailey here to guide you through what's new in the Critical Role shop. You need this?
You probably need this.
Could anything be more perfect?
Style should never be a dumpster, darling.
Roll an investigation if you want. It's basically perfect. Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. The cuteness, it's overpowering. Look at this. Isn't it fashion? So much fashion happening here. This is pretty badass. And hey, if you want, you could head over to the Critical Role shop right now.
In play, it felt so good.
Everybody's engaged at the same time.
The hope and the fear mechanics are a wild role-playing ride.
The game is called Daggerheart, our own fantasy tabletop RPG that we've been developing. It's a unique 2d12 dice rolling system that ensures that every roll of the game has some sort of impact on the game itself.
It really fosters that collaborative roleplay aspect.
Character building lets you do your own thing and organically be like, actually, I'll take a little of this, a little of that.
You can be an unlikely combination of things. The hope and fear mechanics to me really feel more like the score of a good film.
Mounting fear just added a different layer of tension to the game.
The tactileness is really exciting for me. I just feel very represented in this game.
I would absolutely play again.
Daggerheart is fun as hell to play.
I absolutely love Daggerheart.
It's going to be something real special, and it's just the beginning.
Honey, kids, I'm home.
Welcome home, dear.
Thank you.
And you know what night it is?
It's Thursday night!
This summer, get the membership the entire family can enjoy. Your one-stop shop for the world of Critical Role. Including a 10% discount in all our shops. Live event pre-sales, a private Discord, and instant access to all podcasts and VODs for all your favorite shows.
Hurry up, Mom! Critical Role is about to start!
With Beacon, all your dreams can become a reality. Beacon will introduce you to what has been and what could be.
Is Sam turning into a sunflower?
No, son. Sam has always been a sunflower.
Is Sam my father?
No, I'm your father.
Beacon will bring you to the edges of the
Cosmic threat zone. No mortal lies can be hidden.
Oh, the new episode of Candela just dropped.
Oh, spooky.
Beacon. Endless stories, endless possibilities.
We return now to Vasselheim. Things are looking pretty bad for old Phaedra Mero.
You dirty birdie.
Crocus, you stabilize your friend. She is unconscious. Where do you go? Do you carry her with you, or do you stay here?
Are you okay?
She is unconscious. She's
You're
out
unconscious?
for an hour.
Okay. Crocus's thought is that this person is going to go, and they're going to leave this building. We're on the second floor, correct?
Yeah.
I pick up Phaedra in one arm.
Cool.
I go to the balcony, and I look down towards the front door to see if they've exited the building.
You do not see anyone on the street.
Okay. So then, I jump from the balcony, land on the ground.
Yeah.
And I look for the person.
Give me an investigation check.
Natural 19 with a +1.
Dirty 20. On a dirty 20, you are investigating for this person. You are looking as far and wide for what you can see. Their belongings are all left here. You follow a trail of blood from the injury you gave that lord. Okay. That blood moves up into a center square where there's now foot traffic. It looks like he sprinted out as fast as he could. You are looking around, and as you realize that how fresh these tracks are, this man has some method of becoming invisible.
Okay. But the child, or the child?
He carried the child with him.
So it would be invisible as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, I'm following the footprints, but have I hit a point where the footprints are not there, or they are slowly kind of extending?
They go into a crowd of people.
Okay. Do I have... I need to get higher. I need to go up. And Crocus has a desire. He needs to move faster. He needs to get higher. He needs to go. So he activates the girdle.
Hell yeah.
In an attempt to, not really still understanding how it works, in an attempt to maybe give himself some speed in this form that he takes when it is activated, and he's going to try and get up to a higher vantage point to find this person, knowing that letting them go is a terrible idea.
Hell yeah. You activate the girdle, leaping to the top of one of Vasselheim's buildings, searching around. You are formidable indeed. It is going to be a difficulty 25 perception check. You're trying to spot an invisible warlock shuffling through the streets of Vasselheim. I believe you can do that on a 19 or 20, correct?
For 25?
For 25.
It would be, for a perception check, I would have to, I have to get a natural 20.
Natural 20?
We'll just do it. Make it happen.
16.
Searching with your eyes as fast as you can, you know that this villain is hiding somewhere in Vasselheim. The cold wind is tearing across you, and Phaedra, in your arms, wrestles in unconsciousness.
Shit. And he's gonna run and find his friends.
We return to our friends.
In lightning form, just as fast as he can travel.
We return to our lightning form, heading as fast as you can. In the home of Casimir and Marza, I think we have Arrow here as well, and Garin. Are you out drinking somewhere, or are you?
Garin's not drinking. I think Garin went out to honestly look for any information about if Uthor still stands, since he hasn't had any information about it in 100 years since he was plucked from it.
Give me a perception or insight.
Meanwhile, Arrow's just playing Monopoly with
13.
Neo's parents. Yeah.
I have the Scotty dog.
Near to the Silver Talon's reach, but there are these big gates that, as a native New Yorker, would almost look like subway entrances, but are much larger and more civic, leading down to the neighborhood of Bright Forge. And you can sort of see that there are many of the subterranean devout entering in and out of this neighborhood. As you go and search for those, you see some large wagons pulled by these sturdy-looking donkeys that are being loaded up with tools and supplies and traveling. You see some dwarves that have big wide-brimmed hats on them. And as you walk up, you see one of them sort of being like, right, that one's loaded up, move that out to the front, and step off to the side. And you see that he has a little symbol of a shepherd's crook and a hammer crossed on his clothing. As you walk up and see him getting ready for this train that's sort of packing out.
Hey, excuse me. Sorry to bother you in the midst of your organization. Whereabouts do you hail, if you don't mind me asking?
Where do I hail from? Well, friend, as a child, from far distant Guissar, but perhaps more accurate now to say that I hail from Vasselheim.
Right, well, where in Guissar, if you don't mind me asking?
Far off.
I know, it's been... kind of roughly how young does this dwarf seem to look to me?
He might be about, 80 or 90 years old.
Right, I know a lot's changed in recent times. Yeah, if you are from Guissar, I'm curious. Have you been to or have you passed through the stronghold city of Uthtor?
Uthtor? I remember it from young days. Left as swiftly as we could. It's to there we return. Or I should say, I'm here to shepherd my brethren and their families back to the Cliffkeep Mountains, to Uthtor. Word has come to us that it has been freed, or rather rediscovered, long absent of the touch of the crawling king. But now we return to relight the fires, light the halls. Or rather, they are. My journey will take me there for a spell to pay my regards, and then elsewhere out throughout Guissar.
Right. That's good to know. I'm glad that a semblance of at least its people still stand. How soon do you plan to head out?
Well, this wagon train is headed out on the morrow. I'll stay behind until the rest are done. It probably will be another 2 or 3 weeks before the main caravan heads out.
Should there be... You fancy there might be space for an old stone carver in one of these wagons?
Brother, we've a space with your name on it. You just tell me what your name is.
Garin. He kind of squints his eyes like he's prying some long, dust-covered memory from a history he hasn't reached for in a long time. Garin Hearthheart.
Hearthheart? Well, Master Hearthheart, we'll be saving you room. You'll be coming with the main caravan. Sit by my side if you like.
Thank you, young stranger. What might I call you?
Desmond.
Desmond. To the memory and the rebirth of Uthtor.
The caravan prepares. And I think down here in Brightforge too, you see that there is bright shining torches in front of a temple of the Allhammer. Just a beautiful temple underground, lit by braziers of bright burning fire. And you can see people walking. There's a hall. It looks like there's a hall of writings of the early mothers and fathers of the Allhammer's faith here in this place. And you see people going and touching various poems and bits of poetry throughout the temple here.
I think he approaches
more interested in initially the architecture and taking in the fine dwarven craftsmanship, old dwarven craftsmanship, older than where he's from, likely. And then looks to the people making their stops, having their kind of quiet communion in whatever ways they can in these strange times. And then Garan looks at the hammer at his side and looks up to the iconography, the many symbols he's carved for generations of his old days that even he didn't pay too much mind to. And there's an urge, there's a pull to step into the temple proper. But he stops himself. Whether it's exhaustion or something else, something keeps him from taking that journey to faith. And he dusts himself off and nods and goes to return to Nia's parents' abode.
You walk away from the temple and its congregants, its devotees, and as you walk, you see that the well-loved and adorned texts of ancient dwarven prayers inside are replicated on the outside in tablets much less loved and dustier and muddier. And you see that there's one on a base that has sort of like rubble and rock and dust on it. And you just sort of have this moment of looking at these ones that are much less well cared for and less well loved than the ones inside, but these ancient sort of stone tablets. And you see that there's one in particular that is written in this like old high dwarven script that is like ancient mountain dwarven, that you're looking at, and you look at it and realize that the stone on your stone cunning, this slab of stone is from Uthtor. It's been taken all the way from Uthtor across the sea and laid here at the base of the temple in Vasselheim.
And stops and inspects it, kind of looks over the runes that are pressed into it. Sees that it's through age, travel, weathered or damage, the rougher facets of its message worn, and he takes out his simple tool that he has on him and stops a moment to go ahead and reach his little and leave crisp what its intended message was without a word. Nods. Carries on.
As you leave, having chiseled away here at this place, you sort of just focusing on the lettering. Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Disadvantage 13.
As you step away, you see others who would have passed this stone 100 times see it now cared for, tended to. You see that there's a dwarven mother walking with a sort of gaggle of young dwarven children that she's sort of teaching as a small class. Reading to those that cannot read themselves. She stops by and says, "Oh, it's marvelously tended to," touching it there. "Can any of you read this?" And you see that one of the little children raises a hand, and she says, "Doric, by all means." "The gate is built by heart alone, though hearts be held by flesh and bone by earth and stone. The door we make when lock we break will bridge the waters roads to take, the stones that stand to staunch the flood, freedom found by toil and blood. By stone betrayed the seal is made, the hand that holds the heart that prayed, the stairs it shaped, the debts it paid, the gate is shaped, the keystone laid." And on a 13, you don't see, much like a note left in a tall cave, the hallow spell ringing out throughout the temple.
He kneels down to the door before he takes his leave. The trick with even the strongest stone is in time, even the rain brings it low. So it's our responsibility to give it a bit more clarity with each passing year. But my strength lays low like the rock. It's you, and he kind of touches his chest with the hammer, to pick back up where we left off. And make sure others can read as you can.
A sparkle in the eyes of this young dwarven child who feels a sense of pride at carrying something from a long distant past, brightly and restored into a new future.
Locks his hammer on the side, tosses the boy's hair, gives a quiet nod to the mother and the other child, and nods and exits.
You see, as you move from this place, we go to Casimir and Marsa's home. Yeah.
If I may.
Yeah.
I think on the way, Arrow asks if you'd mind making a slight detour as we pass the Temple of the Platinum Dragon.
Hell yeah.
Could we step in here?
Of course.
Just a moment.
Do you want us to come? Actually, I think she'll tell her parents to wait out and she'll go in with you if you'll have her.
Please.
Nia tries to lock an arm and walk in with you very
Takes
proudly.
And as we walk in the vaulting arch of this place, I say, meeting your parents has me thinking of my own again. And when our ship landed and we landed at Seagate, Arrow didn't recognize much because much of Seagate went up in flames and was destroyed in his sight as the ship and his mother and other survivors fled. The day his father fell. So there wasn't much he could point at there. But here, as the two of us stride up the center aisle of this massive place, it's vaulting dragon motifs towering over us. I've only been here once. In the city, and here I sat there.
Let's go sit again. She pulls him, trying to get him back in that seat.
They sit down together. My mother, Kor, was as fearsome a warrior as you've ever seen, with scales. A gold I can hardly begin to describe. They served the dragon. My father was a priest, like the priests here. My youth was filled with language lessons and helping people dispossessed of homes and newly arrived from Grisar. They tried to keep me raised right in the middle of this chaos that we've all been born into.
Yeah.
And the life I led seems so antithetical to the one, well, to the example they set for me.
Think so?
What will you do now? Now that we've found your parents and you have a calling, what will you do?
answer that calling until we decide where we go next. What will you do?
Well, that's just it. I'm not sure. If you thought I was an edge in Torm's Hill, I can't begin to tell you how out of place I feel in this city.
You have had, or I've witnessed from you, an incredible talent of crafting a place for yourself from the earth. You've built shelters, built bonfires. You've always made a place for yourself, if one isn't handed to you. I think she looks around. This place is waiting for you.
This place. I'm not sure. Part of me feels like I should just leave with Garin. I swore I would get him to his place in this world, and I'm still looking for my own. I don't know. I would very much like to see you well and on your feet, and well on your way. But I just want to, I don't know, introduce the idea that I may need to move on.
Okay, we'll move on. I won't see myself without you. If you leave for a time, that is fine, but you don't have to be alone. If you choose to be, I'll respect it, but you do me no kindness by leaving. You're family to me, Arrow.
I will never be alone, because you have touched me here. And whether I am with you or no, I carry that change inside.
I feel like weeks ago, somebody said something about change is coming. I guess that person was right. Interesting. Well, whoever it was, it doesn't matter, but I
will allow this ass, it's fine.
She laughs, and she just puts her head on Arrow's shoulder. Just takes a deep, long breath. Sitting in this seat that he sat in years and years and years ago. Change is beautiful. Growth is beautiful. But stillness, permanence, there's value in that too.
What a funny little life we mortals lead.
And I think here in the Platinum Sanctuary, you depart looking at the beautiful symbol here, the closest temple to that peak of the Heaven's Stair. Leaving Silver Talon's reach together, you arrive walking back towards your dwelling place, Garin on the way back from Brightforge, and suddenly discover your path intercepted by Crocus, who now holds...
Whoa, what?
She's hurt.
To my house. I mean, it's near. Quickly, we're near.
Rushing into Casimir and Mars's house, they help you prepare, quickly moving to act. And Phaedra, you are blanketed, medicine given. Go ahead and give me a medicine check.
Yeah, I cast.
You can cast a spell too.
I'll give you a healing word.
Go ahead and roll a d4 and add your wisdom modifier.
Chamber bears some sort of. What's going on?
She's hurt. She was stabbed.
What? By who?
Healing
One
word.
of the men.
That's cocked.
From the what?
3 plus 3. You said 6. 6. It's 1. Oh, it's 1d. Sorry. Yeah, it's 1d4 plus 3. 6.
6. You, Phaedra, you get 6 points of health back, and you awaken.
From Rybat Cole.
Where is he? Where'd he go?
He got away.
He who?
Yeah.
One of the nobles at Rybat Cole who was visiting.
Was here?
Yes.
And he took my key. He has...
Why were you there?
He was a cruel man. I saw him. He hurt his own child with no remorse. And I thought there was something I needed to do to change him, to try and make things right for that little boy. And
Your heart was in the right place, so your
you
brain
tried
might
to
not
kill
have-
his father.
I wasn't going to kill him. I was trying.
Well, it seems like he thought you were.
I know. Focus.
Where is this man now?
I don't know. I think he turned invisible and left. He's somewhere in the city. I couldn't find him afterwards.
Is that the end of it?
I don't. It has her key.
Can Nia... Is Nia aware of the power that lives within that mirror, or has she just only seen it at its dormant state?
Do you grab it?
Yeah. Yeah, Nia goes to grab it, and she, like... I was gonna say she taps on it, but she uses it, just sort of clears, wipes it, takes her, the satchel, looses satchel and just rubs over it so she can get a better view, and then holds it up, trying to, like...
The mirror goes to an awakened state.
Perfect.
It glows. You now have access to the greater invisibility and the commune spell.
So I'm gonna take that vial of water from the pools earlier.
Yeah.
Because I need that in order to cast this spell. I'm going to set the mirror down, pour some of the water on the mirror, and attempt to cast commune.
All of you see Katha, silvery white moon of Exandria. And you see that Exandria is not the only world that Katha shines on. Fairy light, dancing gardens, and there, suspended over a pool of water like liquid glass, your sister, your goddess, turns to you.
Hey, I have just No, I can only ask you 3 questions. My friend was hurt today by a man that she met at Rybat Cole. I want to know, is he still in this city? Is he still in Vasselheim?
The man, Lord Callister, is a servant of the Lord of the Hells, and he yet dwells within Vasselheim and will not leave.
Has he used the key for anything? Has he used the key recently for anything?
Yes, and he will use it again. She holds up a finger to you. You are my sister. I would answer any question given to me, but the power you wield to reach across realms is vast and great. You You may ask me any question you wish, and I will tell you as much as I can. Let your question, she looks to the left, looks to the right, be as broad as possible. These rules are brand new.
Receives that. And then I think she looks to Phaedra for a question of, I would assume, how we can get him easiest or how do we stop? But these aren't questions I'm asking just yet, because I'm assuming it's not just Liana that can see this conversation happening between the two of them. Or is it private?
It's perfectly private. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe where is he?
He's here. He's in the. He's
Where exactly.
Where exactly is Lord Callister?
You see that she looks sort of digging down. A question that cannot be answered will not count against you. Okay. Hidden as he is by one of the only gods whose sway over deception is as mighty as mine.
Nia takes the mirror. It's night right now, yes? I think Nia's trying to press this. She's trying to press her mirror even farther out of the awakened state and into the exalted. Mm-hmm. And so she attempts to catch the moon in this. What's happening? I guarantee you there is a reason why. But she's trying to get... Because he's invisible. She's trying to get that true sight.
You see, she looks and says, "You have done much, sister, already.
I would like to do more."
I know you would. It's not as simple as wanting it. She kneels down and looks at you and says, "There are gifts that the mirror can give, and they are gifts that you must make from your own belief and inner strength. May I answer a question unasked?"
Yes.
You see, she says, "I've got an answer in mind."
I would love it, if you don't mind.
She looks at you and says, "You must find Callister within the city. I know not what plans he executes here in the Dawn City for his master, but ever was the Lord of the Hells a capable infiltrator and manipulator of those of true faith. His words always have been like honey. Clerics now reach across the veil already. My sister, the knowing mistress, has heard from her farseer, keeping in mind the lessons you have brought of this new way. Many other of my siblings will depart after these final battles are won. There are some few weeks before you where you may search and attempt to find Lord Callister, but a time of ultimate clash and conflict is coming, and a time then of fierce decision. We cannot seal the gate until we are all accounted for. I give you this deep and potent secret to share only with those you trust most of all, of how it came to be that the gods went missing. More than a century ago, did the gods first wield the secret to make themselves manifest in mortal form. It was for a terrible task, a flying city at the height of mortal might to bring low over the frozen islands of the north. That city was brought low, and the gods departed. But not all of the gods who had entered mortal form departed then. In fact, some that had gone to exact this mission never arrived. It was there in Exandria during that height of the calamity that some had already begun the foundations of this divine gate. Its argument made most forcefully by the lawbearer and by the platinum dragon. The lawbearer abstained until the very final moment, and when going, she did not even send herself, but rather an emissary of her coming, made of stone and ice, to bear her will to that malevolent city. The platinum dragon stayed aloft in the skies. A third god there was that had begun work on the divine gate. The Allhammer had made himself in mortal form to lay the foundations of what would be the divine gate, claiming simply that the gate what is made by the gods can be unmade by the gods, is what he said. And that something in mortal hands would serve as foundation to separate the worlds of divine and Exandria safely and for all good. I laid a concealing on the globe that the gods would never find a god in mortal form to buy my brother time to do his work. I hid them all. I hid them from myself. I hid them so well that none could find them in their divine essence. And it was at that exact moment that the Lord of the Hells worked a magic that interlaced with mine. The Lord of the Hells made it so, if you remember in my childhood, in mortal form, that I did not any holiday turn to you and say, by the way, I'm the Moonweaver.
Yeah, which would have been
yes,
an insane thing to do.
That was the curse of the Lord of the Hells. The curse that we should forget ourselves if we ever took that form. And when that curse was discovered, the Platinum Dragon charged into the mortal world, knowing that my magic would prevent him from finding his brother as a god, and even at the risk of completely forgetting himself, he charged forward, and those gathered there attempted to stop him and said, "You'll lose your mind, you'll lose your knowledge of your divine self." And his response to them was, "If we ask faith of them, let us ask it of ourselves." And charged into the mortal world to save his brother. We cannot seal the gate without our lost siblings. And the betrayers search for them terribly with all their might.
Okay. We have to find gods who do not know themselves to be gods. Thank you. Nia rushes back into her house, or into the home of her parents.
Yeah.
And
you feel the mirror stays in that awakened but not exalted state.
Fair. Thank you. I appreciate that. Puts the mirror back in her bag. Kisses it. Mwah, love you. And puts it back in her bag. And shares this information with everyone. She trusts everyone in this room. Mm-hmm. So, shares everything that she has just been told from her sister.
Is it your intention to share it just with your companions here, or any of the high clerics?
In this moment, it is with my companions here. And she could not tell me where exactly this lord is. But he is looking for the same folks we're looking for. He's looking for people who do not know themselves. We have to find, essentially we have to find them before the betrayer gods find them themselves.
That doesn't help my immediate problem.
You know me, I am the last person to lose hope. He is invisible, I cannot find him, he has something that we need. He will not leave, that is what Liana said, so he will be in this city, and I can't imagine he will stay invisible forever. but he will not leave. He has the key. I do not know exactly where he is, but he is here.
Crocus. If indeed some of these machinations are at the hand of this Lord of the Hills, and is tied to this individual that nearly stole our very friend this night, then there's a good chance that both of these will dovetail anyway. So I need you to focus with us. We have no other path other than this right now. But we'll keep our eyes peeled.
Fine.
Trust me, we all want to smash this man's head in as much as you do.
Okay.
All right, don't clench too much. It'll start bundling up.
You all need to search for a servant of the Lord of the Hells who skulks invisibly in the shadows of the city of the gods. Thousands dwell within this place. Many thousands. So,
If I hit a nat 20 on this perception, will you tell me where he is?
let's make this wager interesting. I'm going to give you guys one chance to find this guy before it's too late.
Love it. Lord Bailey would be so proud of you, by the way.
I'm going to give you one chance to find this guy before it's too late. And what I will say is, if you do it carefully, thoroughly, secretly, taking the time to not tip your hand or let anybody know what you know. For I'll also say that you do not share with the clerics, and as you tell just your friends alone, you suddenly remember that the Lord of the Hells is a god of deception, and not knowing who exactly can be trusted. In a time when clerics have lost access to divine magic, it's possible that someone could claim to be very faithful and not be.
That's why I've only told these people.
Hell yeah.
I've not told any of the clerics. I'll tell them after we find him.
And your parents.
Well, my parents. I love my parents. I trust my parents. If my parents fuck me over, then my parents fuck me over.
Roll initiative.
I will allow you all to make either investigation or perception checks, and if you do it thoroughly, taking your time, I will let you roll with advantage. This will be your one chance.
I take my time. I light my incense. I drink some of that water. I get real calm and still. I honestly have my parents like watch over me because that gives me an extra feeling of protection.
Do we sit and watch the building where you originally encountered them to see if they return?
He has a child with him. So,
Giving a description of the child.
he may be invisible, but the child might not always be.
Hey. I'll probably go back to Brightforge, a place where I have... it's being subterranean. It's an easy place for some folks, I think, maybe to hide if they're on their own. I'm just going to gently ask around about another old friend who also was displaced. A human and his son that I've come here to hope to reunite with if they have an eye out for him.
Hell yeah. If you want to do a different check than perception, or if you want, I'll let you do perception or insight if you're talking to people.
Okay.
Let's go through one by one. So arrows posted up outside the building.
I'm gonna watch people enter and exit, and if I see anything that feels off, I will follow.
Phaedra, what are you up to?
Well, before all of this happens, I think as we're all coming out of Nia's family's house, I say, Crocus, wait.
What?
I have no words to express how sorry I am to you, and I know you don't. There's nothing I can say to make this right. But you are my son. You have always been my son, and you always will be. And I'm so sorry that I've been too much of a fool to say it or to show it or to even know it in my own heart. But if you can find it in you to forgive your mother. And you don't even have to forgive, but I do not want you to suffer because of your mother's foolishness. I don't want you to... I want you to know that you are brilliant and talented, and you have such a big heart. And you are everything I could have ever dreamed of in a son, and even more. And there's nothing I can do to make up for all the years that I have refused to see that. But I love you, and I'm sorry, and Phaedra just wraps her arms around you and just starts sobbing in a way that you have never seen her just like fully lose control. And I just keep saying, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, boss. Let's find your key.
Anyways, I'd like to roll an insight check.
Yes, Phaedra. So you're inside. You're talking to people in the town? Or
I think what I am. I would like to think. I would say sort of like a you can't bullshit a bullshitter kind of logic. I am thinking if I were trying to do something fucking shady, to stay out of sight, to be able to kind of do bad things with impunity, where would I be going in this town? Where would I be sticking to? And I think that is what I'm going to do.
You like get into the mindset.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Crocus.
I think Crocus has taken to Batmaning around Vasselheim.
I knew you were gonna say
it. Where he's just on roofs watching and trying to be because he's so big. I am the night. And he's so visible.
Yeah.
So I think the best way to take his time and to not let on is to not be seen.
Hell yeah. Yeah. And then what do you do? How are you searching?
Ooh, fantastic question. I think I am using my newfound station or title or her presence in this town to just be in spaces that truly like knocking on doors, getting in, like looking at the back rooms of taverns and kitchens. She's just going to everywhere that she believes would be a good place to hide. She's had to hide before. She is trying to find hidden places where one would be again.
Amazing. You guys conduct your search. Go ahead and roll with advantage, all of you. Arrow, what did we get?
This is perception.
Or investigation.
It's not. Oh no, that's a 16 total for me.
16.
21.
21 from Phaedra.
19.
19.
Not great.
Not great.
I can't even. You said perception or insight?
Yeah.
Insight's better. It's only a 15.
15. 12. Phaedra. On a 21, you do not find them right away. Weeks pass, knowing that something terrible is afoot. It comes ever closer to the time when that dwarven caravan will make its way for Uthtor. And I think, Karin, even yourself, after all this time of searching and asking questions, you wonder if the Moonweaver's words could have been true. Would he really not leave? If there's a war happening in Gordranus? Why? Your days are busy, filled with the need of clerics who need to be able to speak to you. Over time, others come to you. Suddenly the followers of the Changebringer can't hear, and the followers of the Dawnfather can't hear, and there's such a great need for you. You feel so pulled in that direction. Crocus, night by night you go and wonder if this skulking figure can be found on streets or highways. And Arrow, though you are like stone, ever vigilant and watchful, that door is left cold and abandoned. Phaedra, There's one night you overhear in a tavern someone talking about beautiful ruby right in the center.
Definitely, you get a little bit closer and try and listen.
Well, it seemed I was most interested in talking about. I said something rather funny about looking for near Shadowbrook, looking for any chapels of the Moonweaver there, and I asked him why he was looking for a door, and he sort of smiled and took this key with a ruby in the center and said, "Well, when you have a key, you end up looking for doors." Beats me as to why.
All right. Then I'm gonna quietly leave, and I am gonna. Presumably, I can find everyone.
Yes.
All right. I think we got him. I heard two people in a tavern talking about this guy trying to. He had my key, and he is at the Moonweaver Temple by
Shadowbrook.
Shadowbrook. By Shadowbrook. He's looking for a door, specifically.
Question.
Yeah.
In the time that we've been here and the weeks that we've spent, would we have had the capability of outfitting ourselves with just any sort of basic equipment?
Basic equipment across the board.
I think Garin in this time has, now that he's amongst others of his kin, has removed that terrible breastplate which still carries the stink of its former owners, and instead outfits himself with a proper suit of dwarven armor and gets a shield, leather straps, and straps it to his other arm where it's just a solid fucking armored dwarven shield on this end that flexes.
Hell yeah.
Can't buy anything.
Yeah.
Nia, I think she is decked out in the sickest Moonweaver gear she can get her hands on. I think I would love, because she has a cute little fit, and I don't think she wants to fuck with that. But she has a don't laugh at me, Alex. A breastplate of some kind, a gleaming breastplate of the Moonweaver. She has this belt that she's had. I would love if she could have she still has her hand crossbow and her 2 daggers. I would love if she had some sort of like sword of the Moonweaver. I think a breastplate, sword, breastplate, sword. I think the crystal that she has.
I'll say too, I think that during these weeks, Garin, your Hearth's hammer moves to the awakened state. So I think Garin could probably give you a +1 sword of the Moonweaver.
I would love a +1 sword of the Moonweaver.
All right, let me go ahead and look at some of these designs here. I've got an idea. Sketches it up for you. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can go ahead and spend a week to enchant you a. Did you want a sword?
Yeah, a sword.
How's this work for you? Nice and balanced, beautiful, comes to a fine wide point with some tip there.
Gorgeous.
Should be perfectly balanced for
She's like very carefully just feeling the weight, figuring out exactly where she can place her shoulder in her back so that she can move with confidence. And her mirror, I think she has put the Luce's symbol of the Moonweaver, she's left it in her parents' home. Yeah. But she has that mirror. She has a sort of, on her belt, she has a little holster for it so that the glass can either face inward or outward depending on how she decides to situate it.
Gorgeous. Awesome. I have added a weapon and armor to your inventory.
Thanks, bestie.
I love it. Hell yes. Any of you can take any other basic equipment you would like, and
simple leather armor.
Yeah,
simple leather.
Me too.
Simple leather armor, great.
Nope.
Hell yeah.
Crocus, it would bring my AC down if I did.
Oh, okay. Then Crocus, yes.
Monks.
Oh.
Can't put these pythons in a cage.
Hey, look, I think I'm doing pretty good with an AC of 15. I'm fine.
Okay.
Oh, fierce.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Do you happen to know what the leather armor adds to your AC?
It's
I'll add it to yours right now.
Okay, cool.
Just hit equip and it'll do it.
Okay, but also my thing is unreliable, so we'll see if I can actually access that.
Great.
Does anyone still have those healing nuts from forever ago?
You still got like
I got 3 on me.
I have 2 left.
I haven't used any. I could have used
I
that.
gave one to someone.
Saving her life.
Oh my gosh,
Forgot
yes.
we had the nuts.
Yes.
I'm not carrying into the nuts. Are you kidding me?
I'll take it.
It's okay.
As you gather, as Feature gives you the news that someone has gone towards specifically what sounded like an empty chapel in Shadowbrook, all of you begin to look at each other. You become equipped. You've been looking for Callister for weeks now, unable to share the information because you don't know who can be trusted and you don't want anyone to know what you know. Outside of Marsa and Casimir's home, you hear light in the sky. Fireworks.
Oh, wow.
You hear a horn "Tahoo, tahoo, tahoo." Flying out of the sky. A copper dragon buzzes Vasselheim and calls out, "I bring news from across the sea! Gordranus is fallen!" Flies overhead, and all of you in the depth of skullduggery and chaos, knowing something evil is afoot, watch as your job becomes that much harder as Vasselheim bursts into celebration.
Do we trust this? I'm asking the table here. Do we trust that, or should we?
I don't know.
Can I roll to see?
Massive dragon flying through the air.
I don't know if I can even do a perception check on something like that, but can I see if he's being
inside check?
Yeah, no inside check. No inside checky.
Go to inside check.
I don't know, guys.
I don't know about you, big flying guy.
I don't know about you, big flying boy. Ha! Nothing.
Hard to get a beat on. He's going pretty fast.
That's fair.
Hey, can I do an insight check on the fighter jets that like fly over the things all day? Like,
I don't think that pilot's telling the truth.
Rattling as that
very
is,
suspect.
Yes.
Arrow will focus on the chapel and the surrounding streets around it.
Yes.
Do I see anybody posted up, watching, hidden, anything like that, or on our approach? I want to get shot as we walk up.
I'll say, hold on 1 second. Sorry, give me that one more time, Liam.
Is anybody spying around this place that will watch us slink up?
You think you have excellent cover getting out of here. The streets are filling with people as word begins to spread. It looks like this dragon looks exhausted, landing on the base of the Heaven Stair, the mountain of the Heaven Stair, going to the Platinum Sanctuary. You see the dragon is partially injured. Looks like he flew here straight from Wildmount. People are beginning to celebrate because Gordranus was the stronghold of the betrayers. And if this is true, then the betrayers are fallen, and Exandria is free. But of course they don't know what you know, which is that Exandria can't really be safe. Not yet, because you and someone else in this city are both searching for the way to stop it. I would love you guys. So you guys, what do you do in this moment, knowing what you know about Shadowbrook?
Aren't we rolling up on that chapel at this point? That's kind of where we were.
so.
Yeah. You guys head out and begin to roll. How do you approach?
stealthily. Presumably.
Very stealthy.
How many entrances are there on the outside of it?
Shadowbrook as the neighborhood, I think you look and see that there are a number of fallen chapels. Go ahead and give me perception or investigation as you approach here.
Can't roll for shields.
Same.
Nat 20.
Nat 20. Phaedra.
Yeah.
some part of you hears a voice down one of the passageways. No, I don't want. Don't make me grant that wish.
Guys, it's Mr. Key. I can hear him. He's down that way.
Hell yeah.
When we find him, I will make myself noticeable. You all try and sneak up on him.
Look at my armored dwarven self. I'll do my best.
Hell yes.
He's got a big old sword now. I don't know how.
Go ahead and give me a group stealth check.
Can I nod to Crocus and part and go up a separate street?
Yeah.
Concurrent?
Yes.
On my own to try to converge, but from a different angle?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get like a vantage point.
Natural 20
somewhere up
on
high.
stealth.
There we
Hell
go.
yes.
Yes.
There are the rolls.
Bro.
Different. 2 natural 2s.
Oh, that's a 22, right?
Yeah, well, that's my lucky number. Shit, 22.
19?
22.
22. So that's 19 is median.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey.
Natural 9, which brings it to a 6.
I love it. Skulking through shadows, you hear the voice of Lord Callister speaking out. As he does so, you hear him saying, "My lord, celebration has broken out." You hear a voice distantly rumbling. "You know what to do, Callister." Nia, you feel yourself sweating. There is something foul, that some divine sense within you. You feel that suddenly everything is hot except for the mirror at your side, which is cool like ice and reassuring to the touch. All of you sneaking forward. Phaedra, you're back. You're back in the kitchens. The coals are burning. It's Rybad coal all over again. Exactly where you started. Dark stone, hot fire. Something nearby is foul and wicked. Crocus, on that nat 20 stealth, you are a shadow. Moving forward, do you feel like a monster? Or do you feel like something else?
I think he's starting to understand that there is a part of him that will always be that, and there is a place for that to be used to help people. And he's accepting that that is part of him, and now is an appropriate time to use that.
You approach the door. I need everybody here to roll initiative.
All right, let's go.
I am Crocus.
I am Crocus.
And initiative is add dex, right?
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Oh, cool.
Hell!
Hold on one second. Let me grab some minis off of this. A little pizza box. Hold on one second.
Nobody look.
Nobody look.
Mushroom.
Mushroom, pepperoni.
Can I get a sausage and mushroom
Pepperoni,
pizza?
green peppers, mushroom, olive chive.
Hell yes. Okay.
It's a good barbecue chicken pizza.
Here we go.
Cilantro, a little red onion.
Okay.
Careful.
We landed the plane, we're fine.
You see, peeking through this doorway right here, statue of the Moonweaver.
Hey, sis.
Hey, sis.
Hey, girlie.
And within, no longer invisible, Callister, his son.
The boy.
The little boy.
Watch out alone.
The key in his hand, and I will need, what I will need now is, all of you to tell me what you rolled for your initiative. What do we get here?
9 for me.
9 for Arrow. What do we get here?
8.
8 for Phaedra. What did we get here?
18.
18 for Crocus. What did we get? What did we get right here?
11.
11. What do we get here?
-1.
Let's go!
I start. We had a plan. What happened?
The plan! Oh, damn.
Hell.
I didn't even know that was possible.
With a -3 dex, it is.
Oh, well, that'll do it, won't it? That'll do it, won't it?
Hell yes.
As it used to be.
You all arrive with a median stealth of 19. So
God.
all of you are clustered and unseen right around the doorway here. Where are your minis right now?
They would be.
Panic!
I ate mine!
Thank you.
They left it with the guy.
I ate
good.
mine. I went,
Okay.
nom, 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 nom.
Clustered at the doorway. By the way, I should say darkness everywhere except for right around the base here.
Question about invisibility.
Yes.
Can you see it?
No, you can't.
Is it real?
I can only if I because old boy went invisible and his son was invisible as well. I can't imagine his son also has invisibility.
Yes.
If I cast it and I'm touching someone, do they also get invisibility, or is it just me until I let them go?
His son was basically being treated as it was unconscious, being treated as an object.
Got it.
So you cannot pass it off to someone else.
Okay.
Everybody hold hands while being invisible.
If only.
Just knock each other out.
So we are going to move through. You guys technically have a surprise round, having beat the sort of initiative here. So Crocus, you are going to be first to act.
Before I do anything, are we just going, or is there? Do we want to talk? I'm just asking the group. I know what I have the instinct to do, but
I think
we should just go.
We would have talked this out on the way.
Yeah, I heard the Lord of Hells. I mean, yeah. We know time is running out. We know that there's a ticking clock. I don't think there's. I tried having a conversation with this guy and it didn't go well. So I think we gotta kill him.
Are we leaving him alive?
The father or the son?
I meant the father. The son, I assumed we weren't killing.
I can't imagine there is. We saw what happened when we tried to leave him alive the first time.
I think the timing for that is past.
I think we should knock him out before he opens a gate of some kind, and then it's us versus him and all his little friends.
Yeah.
okay. Crocus steps in the door. Uses his action to activate the belt.
Yes.
Just all this lightning, electricity starts like wreathing the door frame as he's going through.
Yes.
Gets in the room and says,
I couldn't get the taste of your blood out of my mouth. I needed to find you again.
and runs across the room and does the same thing, spins him around and just bonus action lightning bolt.
Incredible. Your storm girdle immediately moves to the exalted state.
In doing that, he doesn't run, he flies straight at him because now I have a fly speed of 30.
Incredible.
Just takes off on electricity and goes and shoots across the room and slams into the guy like a lightning bolt.
He, without needing to even see your attack roll, casts shield. He's like, I don't like this!
So that is, he has to make a dex save of 15.
He succeeds on the dex save.
Okay, but then still will take half damage from. That is half of 18.
He takes 9 points of damage as lightning strikes him,
slamming him against the altar, right up against him.
And you see he is holding the key in his hand.
That belongs to us.
Incredible. Any bonus actions from you?
That was the bonus action because I have to activate the belt as an action.
Gotcha. Cool. Boom. Bonus action. You fly into the room. Crocus, that is your turn. Nia, that's you.
Oh, snap. Okay. Nia is going to, she's, I guess she's going to, because she has, oh gosh, so many things that Nia can do. She's gonna get in there. She's gonna try and hide behind. Here, I got it. Hide behind this pillar here, and try and position her hand crossbow to shoot him, to shoot the hand that has the key in it.
Cool.
And it's so that he doesn't do anything next.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say go ahead and give me the attack with, you can give me the attack straight if it won't do any damage and just knocks the key out of his hand, or you can roll with disadvantage and do damage and knock the key out.
Let's tell an interesting story. I'll try and do damage.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Why not? Ha! Natural one. Gorgeous. Stunning. Gorgeous. That's what happens when you do that. That's an interesting story. That's an interesting story.
Bolt goes out. You fire the bolt.
It was a 1 and a 17. I should have just let it roll straight. That's what I get for trying to be straight.
Brutal. That is going to be Arrow. Your turn.
Oh, geez, we're there already. Well, so I'll charge in because it's going down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a pivot around, like spin as I walk to see if there's anyone in the corners that I don't see coming in.
How far is your dark vision?
That's a great question. I think it's.
Don't like that you asked that.
Yeah.
Don't like that.
It's 60 feet.
Well, then you see the devil right behind.
The devil? Or a devil?
You see
Sharp turn from Brennan here.
You see.
You've already published the works. We can't change them. Published the works. The works. Goodbye.
You see that. You see perched up on this boulder in darkness an imp.
I also have 60 feet.
And you see a horned, cloaked figure in the darkness over here, all within sight of your dark vision. You are surrounded.
Right. Okay, so I was heading to back up Crocus, but spinning and seeing an enemy just past Nia, I course correct immediately and move on an angle this way past Nia.
Hell yeah.
To gain focus from that opponent there.
Yeah.
And I will, the scimitar flashes out right from my belt and will attempt to jam into his ribs.
Charging forward.
I did spend an entire week making
charging
it cool.
forward in darkness.
Can be decorative.
The shield in your hand, your mother's shield, moves into an exalted state.
Oh. Where am I? Then, so the shield is shining, the dragon emblazoned on the front of it glows with a light of its own, and I will use a bonus action as I lash out with the scimitar. The shield goes up in front of Nia, and as a bonus action, I will grant her a +3 to her AC until the start of my next turn or until you leave my side.
Thanks, Steve.
And that is a 17 to hit.
17 hits.
Okay.
Sorry.
What? What's happening? What I miss? Hold on. Don't do that.
Not a strong hit. That is just a 3 total.
3 damage. Bam. Scimitar slashes out. You deal 3 points of damage.
Okay. And hold my ground.
You hold your ground, standing there. That is Arrow's turn. Phaedra, that's you.
All right. Is Lord Callister currently like grappled?
We're within 5. Not
You're within
grappling, we're
5
just
feet
up
of
against
each
each other,
other.
like
Yeah.
like we're fighting.
Okay.
But you see, he's holding the key in his hand.
I'm gonna just stay at the doorway, like kind of using the doorway half as cover, and I'm busting out the condemner, baby. And I fire it at him.
As you pull this crossbow out, what are you feeling in this moment?
I am feeling that I am not going to let this fucker touch my son.
You hold it aloft. That's your son. The Condemner moves into an exalted state.
Cool.
Go ahead and
Oh,
take your
shit.
attack.
Exalted? Well then.
A bunch of first level characters with exalted vestiges is sort of what I'm interested in.
Wow, I rolled really bad.
Like Bilbo with the One Ring. You know, that's what I want to see.
Yeah.
Remember, you're attacking from darkness, though.
Yes.
So you have advantage.
I have advantage. Oh.
Yeah. He's wreathed in light. You are not.
Okay. Wait. This is breaking my brain. So the increase to attack and damage rolls is +3 instead of +1, which means that I get a plus. Oh my god, 5 + 3. +8 to attack? Is
Plus
that
8 to
correct?
attack, yeah.
Then I get an 18.
18 exactly hits.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So then I roll 1d10, right? That is a 5, and then +3, and then plus. Oh, actually, no. Instead of doing that, I'm gonna cast Hold Person.
Gonna cast Hold Person
Yes.
on him. Hell yeah. Okay. Sick.
Which is a save DC 15.
Save DC 15.
Wisdom, right?
Is it?
Yes, I believe
just
so,
said-
yes.
Choose my prepared spell.
Okay.
You
do that now.
I'm doing it.
Cool. Our dear Lord Callister, what's the difficulty on that? Does it say?
15.
15? Our dear Lord Callister has to roll a 15 or higher.
Okay. Do you won't. You won't.
You remember when you're
That's a
cocky?
16.
Brutal.
I gotta shut up. I gotta shut the fuck up.
You cast Hold Person.
No. If I get to exalt, it's exalted, right? So then it says the save DC for the weapon's hold person increases to 17.
Were you?
I was looking at the other one. It's 15 if it's 15 if it's awakened, but 17
yeah,
if it's
17
exalted.
and DC goes to 17.
Unbelievable!
Yeah.
So, Phaedra, you hold him in sight of the Condemner. You hold him inside of the Condemner. He, looking at Crocus, wheels around, sees your eyes.
And I say, stop fidgeting.
So good! He freezes. As he says that, you see that he screams from within a paralyzed throat, and you can tell is maddened, feeling illusorily the feet of thousands of roaches traveling over his skin as he is frozen there. You have your movement left. He is frozen and cannot. The key is in a hand. You could absolutely snatch it out of his hand if you wanted to.
I don't know if I could make it over there, because if I'm at the doorway, I have a movement of 35. Can I make it over there and grab the key?
You're in the doorway. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
Yeah. Then I do that.
You rush up, snatch the key out of his hand, and the key immediately back in your possession goes, "Oh God,
Mr. Key!
Thank you so much!
Oh, Mr. Key,
Thank you so much! He was bad!
I know!
You have a better relationship with a key.
Damn.
That is Phaedra's turn. The sad little rust sort of like boy that looks up at you, the bandaged hand. He looks up at you in the soft light of the Moonweaver's glow. He just goes, "Servant?"
Hi again.
Hi.
Listen, I don't think I can make this right for you, but I'm gonna try my best. Okay?
Okay. I wouldn't help me if I was you.
But I will.
And that is going to be Garen's turn.
Okay.
Don't have a reason to yet.
Okay.
Matt's different from Garin.
I said something you want to share. That?
Punctuation is important.
Yeah.
Garin, that is your turn.
I get a turn!
You get a turn!
I didn't know if I was too far out of initiative to ever go.
Reminder, this is the surprise round, so you guys are...
Yeah.
It's bad out here.
So Garin's going to go ahead and enter the chamber.
No.
About that far.
Yeah.
And then fall over. No, he's going to...
Just trip, fall in the room.
Yeah, you know.
Make a loud noise.
That's how he goes. He... Given the circumstances as they are... With his dark vision, I would ask, does he also see that we're surrounded? Or is he...
Yeah, dark vision, you can immediately see that you're surrounded.
Okay, then you're focused on that guy. Seeing the devil on that side, and he doesn't quite have the full power to get into the fray, he's gonna go ahead and charge forward to this pillar.
Yeah.
And be like, you know, I've a lot more practice breaking stone than people. And he's gonna go ahead and with the hearth's hammer in his hand, try and strike the base of the pillar at the proper angle on like the opposite side to see if I can cause it to fall onto the distant devil.
Yeah. Okay. Your hammer moves into an exalted state. The issue here is these pillars have a hardness of 10. And then also have, let me just see here, I believe have 25 hit points each.
Okay.
So you need, like, if you can't do more than 10 damage, you do no damage at all.
Great. In the awakened state, I ignore hardness with the hammer, and then deal double damage against objects and structures, as well as an additional 2d6 force damage when attacking objects or structures. So this is what I'm good at. Breaking fucking stone.
Okay. Go ahead, make your attack roll. Its armor class is 8.
Natural 20.
Like I said!
Let's fucking go!
Dice tell the story.
Unbelievable. So, Matt, you're on that 20, that's a critical hit.
Yeah.
That is going. Damage. So that's going to be the normal hammer damage. It's +3 plus your strength modifier. It is also double the normal 1d8, and it's 3d. It's 3d6 doubled. So that's 2d8 plus 6d6 plus 3 plus your strength modifier.
Correct.
Wait, don't you? Oh, well, you're not exalted. You're awake.
You're not. No, you're exalted.
You're exalted.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
amazing.
But not level 1.
I was
Not level 1 in NPC stat block still.
Not a great roll in some cases, but well, we'll get there. We'll get there. That's 8, 13, 23, 27 plus 7. That's going to be 34 points of damage, doubled because it's a structure.
Quadruple. Yeah.
I don't know if this has ever been said before about a piece of terrain. Matt, how do you want to do this?
So I think he jumps in, sees it, eyes it, looks down at the base of the hammer, and is like, you know, for being as old as the city is, kind of show the craftsmanship. Is gonna swing back and crack it at the base with all the might that he has in his arm. As it hits it, the symbol of the all hammer on the side of it kind of emblazons, and it's almost like the hammer hits once, and then some other force pushes it a second time from behind, and as it does, the force energy cracks out from that edge as it begins to fall and like dislodges perfectly where it takes the entirety of the pillar down in the intended motion without taking a section of the ceiling with it.
Crack it, a all of you witness a feat of strength that you've never seen before.
From this old man.
Old man strength! Bow! This pillar, no roll necessary, crushes and destroys this devil immediately. This hallowed stone absolutely bypassing any protections it has against mundane stone. Crushed. And
I have protection from stone.
And I'll say on a nat 20, this dude also gets partially covered over here.
Yeah!
And is just boom as the stone falls. Garin, incredible turn.
Holy shit.
That's my turn. It takes me a minute to get there.
What you got there?
Unbelievable. You see, as you do that, you sunder that pillar. Boom. Through gritted teeth, the paralyzed Lord Callister's eyes dart to you and calls up and says, "The dwarf! Kill the dwarf!" And leaping from the top of this, an imp is going to fly across the room right to Garin and is going to attack you. Here we go. What is your armor class?
14.
He misses.
Yes.
You see this devil right here barks out a command. Gleaming in red light. Another devil appears.
No.
Another devil appears.
Oh boy.
Preparing to surge forward. They are going to take.
Yes.
They are going to take running starts. We'll go with this one first. This one is going to attack Nia. What is your armor class currently?
19.
19.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
That is a miss. 19, you said? So,
Yeah.
so normally it would be 16?
Normally it's 14, but I get plus.
Plus. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
The mirror becomes exalted in this moment.
Oh, then actually my AC is 20.
AC's 20.
Because I have 14, and then
You got +3 from me right now.
yeah, plus 3. Yeah, plus
So
3.
plus
So
3.
yeah, 6. Yeah. So it's 20.
20.
Exactly.
So this one just rolled an 18. So you see, it comes for you, wah! And you see the mirror shines, winces back, and is flop out of the way from Arrow's shield. Clang! And is ineffective. These ones are going to rush across as fast as possible, both heeding Callister's command and rushing for the dwarf. Armor class?
Oh, 14.
That's a miss. God, I'm rolling like trash. That's a hit.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 out of 4.
I was like, something in there has to hit me. Stop trying to hit me and hit me.
I said, you know what, let the man roll.
I'm gonna need a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. Is this for poison?
No, this is a bleeding wound.
Oh yeah, I'll take it. That's bad. That's gonna be. Wait, no, I misread that. Use the dwarven dice. That's gonna be a 21 actually.
You do not receive a bleeding wound, but you do take 6 points of damage.
I'll take that.
Charging forward. Hold person. Does that give him? That gives him another saving throw at the end of his next turn, right?
It does not say, but sure.
I
probably.
believe so.
I believe so. Just need to look up the whole person.
End of each of its turns, the target can make another wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Yes. So he misses his turn. He'll make another wisdom saving throw. He's got to roll a 17 or higher on the die.
Yes.
Good grief. Do it in front of the board. Keep me honest. That's a 4. Callister does not make it. Still frozen there.
Clutch.
Absolutely clutch. These vestiges coming in handy.
like they're
Liana's
powerful.
long life of mortal work paying off.
Thanks, sis.
After Callister's turn, Crocus. That's going to be you.
Crocus right up against the Lord. See, and here, like seeing him tense and still able to give commands even though he's held, says,
I think you need to stop talking
and is going to take one hand and grab the bottom jaw, just like putting fingers in his mouth as a strike. So making an attack roll to jam his hand in his mouth.
Yeah.
That's an 18 plus 8, so I think that hits.
Yeah.
And then that's going to be 1d6. That's 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. Copy that.
Lightning damage.
9 points of lightning damage.
Everything's read than lightning.
Gotcha.
And then grabs and right into the mouth, shoots a bolt of lightning into his mouth.
That's a dex save, right?
DC 15.
And he's held, so disadvantage, he rolls a nat 1.
Okay. So that's That's 10, 10, 11, 12, 13 points of lightning damage.
Hell yeah. Crocus, how do you want to do this?
So, as he jams the fingers in his mouth and he grabs the top and he pulls open his mouth, looks him in the eye and goes,
"Never touch my mother again."
And just splits him directly in half down with a lightning bolt and pulls both sides apart.
Full Godzilla.
Yeah.
Lord Callister is no more.
Yeah.
Problem solved, you guys.
Problem solved.
That's
And
it.
then
I was
just
wrong.
like one lizard eye flicks at the kid, looks at him and just goes,
"Don't move."
As you say, don't move. Crocus, that is your turn. Nia, that is you.
oh, sorry, I do have movement still.
Yes. When you use movement.
I fly straight up in the air and hover and look around, finding where I need to go. So it says I can hover.
Yeah, great. It looks like Garin is beset on all sides by devils at the moment, but Nia also is being beset. Oh, thank you, hell yeah. But you see that Nia is also in the corner with Arrow fighting this devil off there.
Garin, who's being attacked, just goes, what the fuck?
I'm just having a weird storm moment. Just lightning everywhere.
Do you know what happens to a devil in the rain?
Same thing that happens to every other devil.
Or riding.
There's a devil behind me. Yes. Actually, no. First things first. I am going to cast guidance on Arrow.
Cool.
And that is one action. I think that's my. I don't.
That's your action, yeah.
Where's my bonus actions?
Bonus action, healing word. Would be like a bonus action. But I don't know who's injured.
No one. I don't think anyone's taken.
Garin's injured. Yeah.
Oh, then I'll cast healing word on my friend Garin.
I'll take it.
1d4 plus your modifier.
And my modifier, where are you? Spellcasting modifier. Oh, plus 3.
No. Oh, modifier. Oh,
yeah,
your
my
spell
attack is 5. My modifier is 3. I'm not gonna keep that. 6.
That's exactly what I was down.
Yay!
Oh, sweetening. Thank you.
Of course. And that's. I think. Can I move at all, or is that everything I can do? Because I still have movement.
You have movement, yeah.
Cool. I am going to get the I don't want to leave. I'll keep within reaching distance of Arrow just in case things go south, but I want to get us. Actually, would it be helpful to sort of flank him for any fighting?
You can flank that devil.
Yeah, I'm gonna flank him.
And that way he won't get an attack opportunity on you.
Yeah, I'll flank him.
Great. So you have your sword, mirror at your side, you're armored, you're ready. You get in a position, healing word guidance on Arrow, and that immediately moves into Arrow's turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel a surge of the Moonweaver through my friend, touching my shoulder, and the scimitar spins once in my hand, and the devil looks over his shoulder at Nia, so I take that as a chance to strike. That is a 17 plus stuff, so it hits. 17 plus 3 is 20.
Hell yeah.
No, first I bonus action. His eyes glint gold. Hunter's Mark, yes. So that is 4 plus 1 is 5, and the Hunter's Mark, total of 11 points of damage this time.
Sword slashes across, shield up, with your Hunter's Mark on this devil right there, who snarls out and looks at you. As Callister dies, you see his eyes dart over your shoulder to Garin. and you see that something ripples in his eyes like a deep red light. We end it here. Forever.
We certainly do.
He's got your hunter's mark on him, and we're going to move from Arrow, Phaedra. That is your turn.
All right, I am going to pull out Mr. Key, and I am going to say, Mr. Key, this is Phaedra. I formally request invisibility, please. I am using the awakened state to turn invisible.
Incredible. The key goes to its exalted state.
Ooh.
And looks at you, and immediately, for free, so you, as an action, you make yourself invisible.
Yeah.
We will go ahead and make you invisible here, but you also, I think, see that the key goes, looks at you and goes, please, 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 hide Miss Phaedra! And then looks and says, look, the bad man, he can't explain it, you just got ripped in half by your son. Is that your son?
Yeah.
And he goes, the little boy, we gotta get him through the door, the main door.
Why?
That's the only thing that's gonna send these devils home.
Can I insight check the key?
Give me an insight check with advantage.
Okay.
This key is fully anthropomorphic in my mind.
Yeah.
Smile.
It's like Mr. DNA. Like,
Nat 20.
Nat 20?
Yeah. You said advantage, right? Yeah.
Advantage,
Nat
nat 20?
Yeah.
Why don't you just do what you're fucking told?
Key, I fucking trusted you.
Why don't you make your third wish? The door blasts open.
Oh, shit.
And standing behind it, you behold, imprisoned in his realm, the Lord of the Hells.
Oh, shit.
Are you fucking
kidding me? I would say that you're all first level, but actually one of you is still challenge rating 1-8.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Krogus just spins around in the air and looks behind him, just, fuck.
You see, he looks out. All of you see that door, boom, behind this. However, Nia, you see the Moonweaver's statue seals this back area. This whole space becomes a liminal fire space. It's like a threshold between realms. Past the statue of the Moonweaver, that temple is within the boundaries of the 9 hells. But she, that statue alone in her temple, with her cleric here, is holding it at bay, and you sense that the Lord of the Hells can neither pass past it, nor send magic past it, nor do anything like that, but the Lord of the Hells witnesses you on a nat 20 fucking insight!
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Oh my God.
You see...
Mr. Key.
That key sucks.
Mr. Key is so cool. So bad.
Mr. Key's bad.
So we've got like dimensional bleed overlap.
Dimensional bleed overlap happening in the back of the temple.
Oh my God.
As it is happening, you see, by the way, the Lord of the Hells, a vision of horror, unending horror, pain, torment, but also bleeding from so many injuries. The Lord of the Hells is freshly banished to his realm. Though it may not be something that your characters would know, the wounds he bears marks that the final battle of the calamity has just been lost by this horned god. He reaches out to you, Phaedra, going, "Come on, you little bug! Don't you want to be somebody? Don't you want to make your third wish? I'll give you everything. You want your mommy and your daddy back? You want to be the big kitchen boss? A little throat-slitting, murdering fuck like you. You're gonna be by my side sooner or later. This little sunlit world is gonna spit you out. There's no home for you in a world that's not burning!"
I don't care. I have been abandoned. I have been treated with cruelty. I almost died. And I made it through. And we made it through because we make our own change.
And you'll die here with the rest. boy, to me! And puts up his hand, and as you will take your turn, but you can tell that he is going to legendary action at the end of your turn, and the little boy in front of you, the child of Lord Callister, looks to you and says, "They made me. I don't have a soul. I'm just supposed to be home for something greater." And he begins to lift off the ground as the Lord of the Hells is summoning to Matt's knowing nod. Something a little Ishi about a boy that doesn't react when he gets stabbed in the hand.
I need to know what I don't know right now.
Phaedra, it is your turn before that legendary action unfolds.
Oh my god. I already took my action though, because turning invisible was my action.
Yes, turning invisible is your action.
So I think all I can.
You have
movement
and a bonus action. You have movement and a bonus action.
And a bonus action. Is the Lord of the Hells through the doorway to hell, or is he's still on the hell side of the door?
Much like when centuries ago a door was opened for him by Vespin Chloris, you sense that he is merely at the threshold. Your Nat 20 insight did not open the door. What it did was undo the illusion. And in all the ages of Exandria, what few mortals can claim to have undone a lie of the father of lies, Phaedra Marrow is at the very top of that list. So, he is not through the door. Rather, the door, to put it bluntly, has been made clear and truthful by you. Your insight through the key, the ruby light comes out from the center of the key, this cursed artifact, and you are looking at the Lord of the Hells, who needs either your permission as the holder of the key or needs the boy to come through. You sense that he is trying to escape the fate that has just been wrought by the prime deities in the continent of Wildmount.
Okay. I'm trying to figure this out because it says as a bonus action. Okay, so in the exalted state, the key opens a magical doorway, right? Am I capable? Can I tell if that is how this current doorway that I'm looking at to hell was created? Was with the key?
It looks like it. It looks like this door was being created with
Which means that the opening lasts until the key is passed through to the other side, at which point it disappears, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Don't give him the key.
I know, but I'm trying to. How else am I gonna fucking close the thing?
Getting the kid.
Yeah.
Getting the kid. Okay.
Or just keeping the kid from the door.
Okay.
Because if he can't pass through unless he has a key, either the Mr. Key or that baby boy key.
All right. Okay. And in that case, I'm just gonna. Okay. Forget all of that. I just need to take my movement, I think, and I'm gonna just try and get cover.
Hell yeah.
Probably off to this side, like underneath that little thing. Fuck, that's kind of all I can do.
You can grab the boy.
At this point. Should I grab the boy?
As opposed, because he's right now. Maybe you could make sure he doesn't float over
grab his
to
hand and try and hold on to him.
Can I try to do that? Is he? Because he's
Sure.
floating in the air, right? Oh, I can still reach him.
You could jump.
I'll try.
Give me a DC 10 acrobatics check.
Oh, acrobatics, is that plus dex?
That's plus dex, yeah.
Okay, I feel a little bit better than that. 14.
14. So you see, you use your turn, you have the key, you are invisible, you jump up, the boy becomes invisible as well. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. You grab the boy. I got no soul. I count as an object. So you grab him, and he vanishes into invisibility with you as you hit the deck. And the legendary action coming at the end of your turn. Even the Lord of the Hells is bound by the rules of the game he exists in, and he cannot target what he cannot see. You see he uses legendary action instead to... His eyes glow red, and he looks out. Where are you? Phaedra, that is your turn. Keeping it fun! Keeping it fun! Incredible.
Oh my god.
You see Timothy in invisibility looks at you and goes,
The baby's name is Timothy.
Timothy, he goes, why are you being so nice to me?
Listen, this isn't about... It kind of is not about you in this particular moment, kid.
Take me, devil!
No!
You're the worst. Incredible. You see...
It's your own maternal
It's not about you, kid! You're a fucking MacGuffin! You see, Goran, it is your turn.
Oh, gosh.
All right, of these devils that are converging, which one looks to be the most dangerous? The one with the big wings over there?
Probably the one with the big wings over there, yeah.
These, I got to focus on keeping their attention. So I'm gonna. Is the one over there within melee with me, or is?
You can move. Right now, the only one you're in melee with actually
The imp?
is the imp. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna shift around to almost get kind of a little bit more or less facing back to back with Eros.
Yeah.
And see if I can get behind the winged one. Also possibly leaving you open if you wanted to come in and attack.
Great.
If you're not distracted with trying to help out with this kid.
Yeah, I don't know where they went.
Nah, they just vanished. I'm gonna go ahead and swing as I come around the backside of him, shield up on this end, try and guard from the imp, and then just whack, try and crack at the back of the shoulders.
Great. Imp's gonna get an attack of opportunity. Misses. Go ahead and take your attack.
That's gonna be a 24 to hit.
24 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
That's gonna be 18 points of damage.
Woo, Doctor! Boom! Whack with the hearth's hammer. Boom! Into the side of that devil. Shrieking out in pain and misery. Goran, you move with your back to the pillar behind you. We go to the top of the order. The imp is going to fly. Does the imp have any means of seeing invisibility? As the voice from beyond says, "Bring the boy to me!" The imp cannot see invisibility, so it's going to stay on the previous command from the other devil and go for Goran. That is going to hit. It's going to deal. I'm going to need a Constitution saving throw from you, and you're going to roll with advantage.
Advantage. That's gonna be 17.
17. You take no poison damage. You take 5 points of piercing damage.
Alrighty.
And then you take half, which you'll half again.
Correct.
I think.
Side resistance.
So that's 7 halved to 3 halved to 1 poison damage.
All right, so 6. Got it. Thank you.
And now these other devils are going to go. This one is going to wheel around on Nia.
Rude. Very rude. How very rude.
What's your armor class?
20.
Ooh, oh no, but minus because you're no longer side by side with Arrow.
Minus 3.
17.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution. Okay. All right. 7.
7.
7.
So you take 7 points of damage.
Gorgeous.
And you are poisoned for 1 minute. So you have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. While poisoned in this way, you cannot regain hit points.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Can't regain hit points. All I need is 3.
So.
I can't even regain hit points magically?
Not magically.
Gorgeous.
Stunning.
I'm coming for you, Liana!
This one's gonna turn on Goran. This one's gonna rush.
The fuck?
None of them can see Phaedra or the boy. So, 2 attacks on Goran. Armor class is
14.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
That's gonna be a 13.
That saves. You take 4 points of damage.
Okay.
What are you at?
I'm at 3.
And one of them's going to take 2 attacks against Arrow.
Crocus!
We've guidance.
I'm coming.
That doesn't help for this.
Constitution saving throw.
20.
20 saves. You take 6 points of damage.
Jeez.
You see that looking around, Crocus, that is your turn.
Okay, so Crocus up in the air sees all of the devils converge around his friends. He saw Phaedra go invisible.
Yeah.
But does not know where they are. Assuming they went to get the kid.
Yes.
And says, "Boss, get the kid outside." And then rockets from where he is in the air straight at that winged devil's back.
Cool.
On the ground there, and is going to slam him to the ground with a dropping attack.
Hell yeah. You can roll with advantage.
Okay. Good, because one of them was a 1. That's a 19 to hit.
19 hits.
Okay. That is 10 points of lightning damage.
Hell yeah.
And then as a bonus, as he lands all 4 limbs, slamming the devil to the ground, he's going to bite the devil on the ground and shock him with a lightning bolt through.
Go for it.
And so he has to make a Dex 15 save.
Fails the save.
Okay. Okay, so 9, 10, 11 points of lightning damage.
Badly injured. This is the one that Garin had wheeled around and hit with the hammer. Now badly injured here.
I forgot to add my +3 to my save, my Constitution save.
Do you remember what you rolled?
Yeah, it's still looking at me. It was a 8, now an 11.
11 doesn't do it.
All right, worth a shot.
Yeah, it's worth trying out.
Yeah.
Get the boy out of here.
The Crocus, that's you. Nia, it is your turn.
I am going to cast Greater Invisibility on myself. And yeah, I can because of my mirror, I can do it without expending a spell slot.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna cast Greater Invisibility on myself. And then I can't really do. Yeah, I'm just gonna cast Greater Invisibility on myself and then take my sword and try and get at one of these devil guys.
Does
Greater Invisibility in action?
It is, yeah.
Greater Invisibility is an action, then bonus action. Can't cast Healing Word on myself because that'll do nothing.
Is anybody? I mean, Garen's still
Yeah, no,
around.
that's my last spell slot I have. So I will use it. Yeah, I'm gonna use it to cast Healing Word on Garen.
Hell yeah, go for it. 1d4 plus your wisdom modifier.
And my wisdom modifier.
It's +3 again.
It's +3, so it's is it modifier and wisdom?
No, just your modifier is your wisdom.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's how that works, huh?
That's all good.
7.
Ooh, I'll take that. Thank you.
What's Garin at?
He's at 10 now.
At the end of your turn. At the end of your turn, Nia.
Yeah.
You Greater Invisibility, incredibly potent spell. The devil, looking at you disappear, turns around as the figure in flame in another world calls out. You can see your sister's face in the statue. You see that the Lord of the Hell says, "The boy, fight!" And the devil out here goes, does anyone here speak Infernal?
I barely speak English.
The devil chatters in Infernal, pointing to Garin and the shattered half of the temple. This dwarf just knocked a pillar down in the temple. And you see that the Lord of the Hells turns his gaze to you, Garin, and goes, throws out his hand. I'm going to need you to make a strength saving throw.
I think Garin at this moment, too, who has seen the face of a god once, seen a distant walking god of another that brought terror, but has never really made eye contact with one, especially one filled with malice. And while as old man confident he's been at this point, in that moment has just dropped everything and sees if he can muster his strength. That's going to be a 19.
A 19. A 19 is incredible, and it is not enough.
I'm gonna say for the Lord of the Hells, nah.
No. You enter the restrained condition.
Oh. Yeesh.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You're a sturdy fellow. It's not often you get picked up. You begin to move up into the air, much like Timothy, as the Lord of the Hells speaks in an infernal. And you see a hungry, ravenous smile.
Can I retort?
Yes.
In Dwarven.
The stones rumble.
It's Dwarven 4, get fucked.
Absolute disrespect, almost sacred disrespect. Arrow, it is your turn.
Oh, jeez. I'm going to. I see Nia vanish completely, but I don't hear any footsteps. So I'm going to try to finish this thing off while it's still in front of me. Still flanking, even though she's invisible.
Yes, still flanking. Yeah.
Good. So that's a 17 to hit.
17 hits.
With the hex, or not hex, Hunter's Mark, so there's 4 plus 10 total.
10 total, and this is one you've hit a couple
Yes.
times before. Hold on one second, let me find this guy. How do you want to do this?
Thank God.
The scimitar, it's turned towards Nia, and the scimitar you see just split through out of its chest, stopping like 4 or 5 inches away from you, and then like a lever, the sword just smashes it into the wall on the side, and then you see him say, he yells, "Stay safe!" and he's gonna run around this column.
Hell yeah.
And try to get, I guess, in between where Phaedra and Crocus are, and he's yelling up to Garin. Just need to be close.
Hell yeah. You rush up towards Garin. As you are running, give me a... Phaedra's turn is immediately after you've taken your action. We're gonna come to the end of you running because you have movement left. As you run, Phaedra, we're gonna do your turn here for a second. You're here with Timothy.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
I don't have like a clear line through this doorway, through this doorway, right? Because
Yeah.
people are like blocking me. I'm gonna.
It's bad out here.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's so bad.
It's. Who is that right next to me? Is that?
That's Timothy.
No, on the other side.
That's
Arrow.
Oh, that's Arrow. Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that was okay.
Dragon.
I'm gonna grab Timothy, and I'm gonna like run over for cover, like down here, basically, kind of where all this rubble is, where
Great.
where Garin like knocked everything over.
You've got a star in Doom one day.
You rush over with the boy.
And then once we're kind of there, in relative cover, I without letting go of him, I say, listen, you don't have to do this. You don't have to go with him. You don't have to live at the bidding of those who want to make you suffer.
As you look at him, you see in his eyes a familiarity. There's always been something wrong with me.
I know exactly how you feel.
He looks at you, hearing those words, that you suddenly see, for all of the hardship you have passed through, and all of the struggles you have had, all of the things you have done that you are aware kind and compassionate people do not do. In this moment, the weight of that life brings truth to your words, as this boy realizes you mean what you say. You look down, that ruby light in that key That key. Nia's sister took it and hid it away for a reason. You found it deep in those vaults, hidden away up in the mountains. You look down at that ruby, and you see deep within it something small, sleeping, curled up like a ball, like Timothy was. This key, if you keep it, will serve you for the rest of your life and make you the richest woman in Exandria. You also feel in this moment, with the tip of one of Condemner's barbed bolts, that you could break that ruby right now, in which case you will lead a life of poverty, ignominy, and striving, along with the rest of Exandria, to scratch a life out from a rubble-strewn and ash-covered world.
I look at this sleeping child inside the ruby, and I say to Timothy, if I have a soul, then you must have one too. Really? Is this yours? Is this you?
He looks in the key, and his eyes start to water. What is that? The Lord of the Hell's eyes flash to you. How? Phaedra, what do you do?
And she's still invisible.
That was probably true sighted at a certain point.
When
I
he switched his legendary action to activate his.
I think he could. Yeah, I was like, I think he could.
Yeah, I was like, there's no way he can't see invisibility.
Well, if he's bound by the rules of the game.
That's true. That's true.
Cosmonials!
I say, Timothy, if I tell you that you have the power to be good, to change this world for the better, to rise above all of this darkness and all of this hate that made you, would you take that charge? And would you do good? And I need you to answer me truthfully.
You see Timothy looks as Garn floating in the air, the Lord of the Hells prepares at the very end of this turn, like having activated this, he's reaching out for you with some fucking something. He looks and goes, Timothy looks at you in answer to your question, and you can hear the stirring of that part of him within the ruby as he goes, I don't know if I know how, but I can promise I'd try.
Then I take that key? Maybe this is a mistake, but I don't think it is. And I'm just gonna press it to his heart. And then I'm gonna say, then that is a soul.
The ruby shatters. Timothy breathes in. Immediately, his face is flushed with emotion. You see in the images of ruby light extending from the key, the Lord and Lady Callister engaged in acts better left undescribed.
Oh, it's going to the amulet now.
Creating a child so that, as the war of calamity unfolded and things looked more and more dire for the Lord of the Hells, that a mortal vessel, its soul suspended, would be prepared for him to walk the world behind the gate in mortal form until such time as his true power could be restored. But he wasn't counting on the fucking Roach Gang.
Damn roaches.
Fire. Phaedra, you have restored the soul and condemned yourself to a hard fucking life.
Nothing new.
It's better down here.
You can mark off the infiltrator's key and add Timothy to your inventory.
+1 Timothy.
Incredible.
Does he count as awakened state now?
Yes, Timothy in this exalted state.
I have an exalted Timothy.
You're all fucked up. Incredible.
Just a being of pure childhood.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Phaedra, that is your turn. Arrow, your movement. Did you want to end up right down here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any more gas in the can to do anything. I just want to get as close to my friend as I can to try to save his ass.
Yeah.
Satan.
Hell yeah. At the end of your turn, as you're grabbing him, go ahead, give me give me like an attack roll, essentially, to try and grab Garin as he's like moving through the air here.
Okay, like an unarmed strike, should we call it? 22.
22! You grab Garin. You can tell that something is a legendary action is coming at the end of your turn. As this unfolds here in this moment, you can choose to, as you grab Garin, to where you want to be positioned as you bring him close to the ground.
Well, I would say, I don't know how the economy's going to work here. I still have my bonus action. Not sure if that matters, but I will both yank, I've got him by the scruff of one leg, and I'll yank him down while lifting my mother's shield up in front of his chest and face.
Hell yeah. You pull him. The Lord of the Hells with legendary action, lifting Garin up, seeing this happen with Timothy, changes course, summons a bolt of fire into his hand, and prepares to obliterate Garin here in this space. You grab him, move in front of him, shield up.
Shield, shoulder, back, torso.
This is going to be a firebolt cantrip cast by a Lord of the Hells.
A cantrip.
It's a legendary action.
I have leather armor, though.
Take that.
That is a hit. How many hit points do you have?
7.
Is that max for you or no?
No.
Okay. 13. You are about to go down. We are going to determine. There is a possibility that you only go down. If he rolls like 4 1s, you could stay up. But there is also a possibility, given the math of this moment, that this may be your last act in Exandria. Seven plus 7 plus 13 is 20. Nine. You're down. You have 11 more hit points before your hit point maximum is reached. Past 0 hit points. 7. 10. Striding forward, you pull Garin down. What is Arrow feeling in this moment?
After a lifetime of running, scraping, and frequent solitude, push and pull between being on his own and returning to life and others. He's just grateful that he found his way again before it was too late. And as I guess the two of us sink down on the ground with my weight, only Garin hears him say, "Thank you for getting me out of Rybad. Thank you for setting me free."
A bolt of fire aimed for Garin streaks. You hold your shield aloft. You got Nia to Torm's Hill. You got the word of the Moonweaver to Vasselheim. You saw the Lord of the Hells want for something in this dwarf. And you will serve, guide, and protect until your last. Fire strikes Arrow in the chest. And he falls. Final moments, golden scales glittering, as though they could never truly burn. As Arrow falls, Lord of the Hells cackles. To see you all unmade. This is my greatest joy, to watch you suffer. He arises. Garin, it's your turn.
Garin's seen a lot of death. And he's very good at compartmentalization at this point in his elder years. So the pragmaticity is he takes this moment in, this flash, this loss. Kicks the shield off of his one arm. Slides it down into the now unused shield from Eros' arm. Brings that up and backs up, shoulder to shoulder, with Crocus. It's time to go.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
He's gonna go ahead and, backing up further, swing around and try and smash this devil that's blocking part of that path out of the way to continue to try and open the way for the rest of these folks.
Hell yeah. You step towards this devil here, back to back with Crocus. Arrow on the ground. Garin, go ahead, and you can take flanking here and roll with advantage.
That's going to be a 19.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Not great, but still an 11 points of damage.
This one had been hit many times before. Wheeling around, bringing the hammer down, boom, right between the wings, crushing the spine. This devil falls to the floor here. Before the Lord of the Hells, you see that this devil has fallen. There's one in the doorway here that continues, but the rest all throughout. That one falls under your hammer.
He's going to use him. He's not even looking at the devil at this point. He's still kind of looking out, kind of processing the memory of that last flash of Eros' faith. And uses the rest of his movement to continue to move up to where the other devil is to draw its attention.
Great. You use the rest of your movement, surge forward to this place here. As you do, the imp is going to turn to attack. You have Honor's Last Stand. You have a vestige of the Platinum Dragon, also in its exalted state. What's your current armor class?
Right now it would be 17.
17. That is a miss from the imp. Hit. I need a Constitution saving throw.
That's going to be a 19.
You take no bleeding wound, but you do take 6 points of damage. Here we go. This one lashes out and attacks you as well. That's actually, you've just killed the last one. This is the last one left. Crocus, that is going to be your turn.
Crocus, seeing Garin start walking, he looks down at Eros, picks him up. I've got 23 strength now. It shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
I picks him up and he looks at the Lord of the Hells, and in Draconic, that Eros taught him, says,
Siko Kigros Dis no Kraksa.
Says,
change is coming. And you are not that change.
And takes him out and use his fly speed to fly with arrows in his arms, slamming down, standing on top of the imp.
Hell yeah. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
Okay. That's a 17 to hit.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
That is 12 points of lightning damage.
Destroyed.
We leave now.
Crocus and Garin, one devil remains in your path. Nia, that is your turn.
Nia's had a hard few days. She called Arrow family today. And then he died. She called her sister family. She died. Ish. Called Lou's family. She died. Nia's still so greatly invisible. Picks up her mirror. Looks at it. Puts it back. Decides to, before she leaves and follows her friends, to cast Major Image. To attempt to provide the illusion that this statue of the Moonweaver has come to life. She has it turn around and face the Lord of the Hells. I don't know if she can make it speak or talk. I don't know if that's within her ability. Yeah, I can move it. Yeah, it can make different sounds as if to carry on a conversation. She has her sister raise her hand and point to the Lord of the Hells and says, "Do not fall victim to your folly. You will not, you cannot, and you have not won." And she I think she wants the statue to slap this Lord of the Hells. I think I want her to smack him. I don't know if he's gonna feel it. I don't really care. I think Nia just craves the satisfaction. In this moment, she reaches to a place of a revenge that she once denied herself capable of. And she wants her sister to smack this fucking lord. If that's allowed.
As you reach to the mirror and hold this aloft, it is capable of great illusion. The Moonweaver's domain is that of trickery, a domain that she shares with the Lord of the Hells. You wish to hear those words spoken. Folly. That this is not the change that is coming here. And you reach for this illusion. What cold comfort it can be. The illusion of the Lord of the Hells is that of deception and manipulation, an untruth spoken to achieve an end, bedevil a mind, break a heart. The trickery of the Moonweaver is made clear to you in this moment, for as the statue turns in illusion, the illusion is a dream. There is an illusion that we all share, which is the dream we have of a world that does not exist, but might. That illusion is more precious than gold, and as dear as kin and home. For as the illusion takes hold, and Phaedra restores the soul of the boy here, and the key shatters, Lord Callister lies dead, the Lord of the Hells rearing up. The Moonweaver turns, and the words you most wished to hear, that you dreamed into being with your mirror, you hear, truly spoken. This is no illusion. The fire vanishes, and wreathed in moonlight, the statue takes the form of your sister. The Lord of the Hells, eyes wide. You had left this world. The gate. She raises an eyebrow, turns back to you and goes, I lied. And smacks him into the bottom of the pit of hell. Turns to you. You gotta tell the truth about lying.
You gotta tell the truth about lying. She comes out of invisibility, places a kiss on her hand, sets it to the ground, looking at her sister, and follows her friends out.
The chapel restored. Phaedra, you lead the boy. Crocus, you hold Arrow's body. This last devil vanishes with his master in flame.
Yeah.
And
Fuck outta here.
And you all depart from this place and return Arrow's body, Timothy beside you, the rubble of the chapel, the fallen bodies, the flames of devils, this ritual, the final failsafe of the Lord of the Hells to skirt the destiny written for him across 300 years of calamity. That failsafe is foiled. His doom sealed. As overhead, dragon's wings the size of the sky open, and a line of light breathed out across the stars begins to cover the world in divine protection. You look As you exit the chapel, rubble and ruin behind you, it is yet just one more place that must be rebuilt, cleaned and cared for in the days to come. Around you there are celebrations, cheering, that seem to occur as if slowed in time with what you have just witnessed below. We move into the final chapters of our story here. And I will ask what it is you do in Vasselheim the night that the Lord of the Hells and the betrayers last laid eyes on Exandria.
Where do you think he would want to be?
With his wife.
Okay.
I'll keep him until we can get back.
Okay.
Liam. In the months and years that follow, choose whichever time you wish for. Where is Arrow's final resting place?
I think that Nia had it exactly right. High in the mountains, in a healing peak in Guisar, near a lock hidden in the mountains, blessed by the Moonweaver herself. Arrow returns to the soil alongside Danae from a point in his life where he was eminently happy.
Snowgrave Pass, by those brave enough to tread it, for it is a far hike at the base of the Stormpoint Mountains, is known by all those rangers and wanderers who have ever found it to be one of the most beautiful sights in all Guisar. And Liam, I'll ask you to step away from the table if we can.
Thank you for playing.
And what of Phaedra's days after Divergence in the new dawn of Exandria?
In the New World, Phaedra eventually returns back to Guisar, back to the countryside, where all the other survivors from Torm's Hill have started to build their lives. She reunites with Otto and Tavine, hopefully. I'm hoping.
Mm-hmm. They gleefully, the first day you see them back in Torm's Hill, bringing word, because word has to be spread. You see that Tavine goes, "Boss!" and runs over. Torm's Hill now has multiple structures and buildings. Otto goes, "You made it!"
I did. I missed you guys. I really did.
Mushy?
I know.
Mushy? This is
I
mushy.
know.
Ow!
Stop it. Come here. Give him a big hug. Crocus, do you come with me? Do you return with me?
Before we leave
Yes.
Vasselheim,
Hey, what are you gonna do with Timothy?
That's a good question. I feel like we... Is Timothy... I'm
Yeah,
a
you see,
little bit out
Timothy,
of earshot of Timothy.
Timothy is in the celebration of Vasselheim, just seated, eating snacks and sweets and looking around. He's like full of life and energy, like making up almost for lost time, and looks up, sort of shell-shocked and not sure how to make eye contact with other people, but seems like he knows that there are other people that have seen horrifying things and chosen kindness, and stays close by to Phaedra.
I think you have a second chance to be someone's mom. Don't fuck it up.
I'll do my best.
And
yeah.
he will travel back to at least Storm's Hill with you.
And he's gonna have an amazing older brother.
Maybe.
Then yeah, I guess I adopted Timothy. I guess yeah.
Yeah, you adopt Timothy. Timothy grows up. He's like you make him wait until he's at least 12 to get the roach tattoo.
And I do it myself because I don't trust anyone else, and I do it to make sure.
The first time you see him intimidate someone that pushes around, they go like, "Hey, that's that little shrimp who's got a roach tattoo," and he turns around and goes, "I was born to be a home for the devil."
And I'm like, that's my boy. In the back, like.
You spend long days tending to. I think, if it makes sense, I think you end up somewhere far. Torm's Hill is a wonderful place, but there's lots of other places to travel to, and you get word one day of some strange marauders up in the northeast of Guisar. And one of them mentions that one of the leaders of them has a roach tattoo on the back of his neck.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think you end up in some swampland up there where taking a helmet off, Timothy's like, maybe like 14 or 15 at this point. See, there's some place up there where suddenly one of these marauders, as people are trying to make civilization happen again, takes off a helmet. Phaedra.
F.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So we're thinking about starting a horde and sort of laying waste to the countryside. What do you think about that?
Kev.
Yeah.
Come on.
Is that not what
Just
we're doing?
sick of all of this. We're in a new world. Look around you. Just feel the sunlight on your face. I know we've been through a lot, but the world's plenty shitty enough without us adding to it, I think.
God. Maybe you're right. It is nice and sunny out, isn't it? You see next to Kedriel, a marauder, goes, "You speak insanity. Let us kill the halfling woman." And you see Kedriel just sort of grabs that guy's head and slits his throat.
Yeah.
I want to be different.
I know.
That's a great point. These swamps are not a bad place to go swim in, hang out. Not a bad place to check out. Yeah, let's be nice. Yeah, sun.
It's a good plan.
I always like how you think.
Freaky guy.
And Phaedra, once again, finding those that knew a crueler world and showing them that you don't have to throw all the lessons away, but you don't have to live in that world forever.
I give him a hug.
Give him a hug.
Yeah.
He goes, "You're a freak," and returns the embrace. Jasmine, thank you. I'll ask you to step away from the table.
All right. I love you both. My son. This way.
Jasmine, come back.
Oh, Jasmine, come back. Wait.
Before you leave.
Yes.
When we do get back to Torm's Hill.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go figure out who I am, not with you. But I will send word, and we'll see each other again.
Of course. You will always have me to come back to whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Whatever you do out there, you're gonna do great.
Don't let them do anything dumb. I'll
I
see
won't.
ya.
All right.
And he gives her a hug.
Oh, I give him a big ol' hug.
And so.
And then.
And then.
And now you can
now
leave.
I
At my behest, you can leave.
Thank you.
He then travels for a while on his own. He's learned from arrows how to travel in the wilderness and how to take care of himself. And I think he eventually makes his way up towards Wildmount and finds a monastery there and starts training.
Crocus, one whom a crueler world had dubbed a monster, who began this story muzzled like a beast in the back of a wagon, to be sent to die on the front lines of a tyrant's war, finds peace and wisdom. The orb of an ancient world in his tender care. Years from then, when monks of the Cobalt Soul defend the wisdom and secrets of this place, among the many whose devotion, wisdom, and guidance shaped the early roots of that order, is Crocus's monastery, bare, proud, and noble beginning. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Nia finds a moment to go and visit Era's resting place. She doesn't stay for very long. She has a job to do. After all, she picks up a stone and turns it over and over in her hand, as she saw him do many times, and heads back to Vasselheim to go be a good cleric and teach people that no matter how lonely they feel, they're never alone. And yeah, she just does her cleric shit for as long as she can. She throws herself into her work, dedicating all of it to her lost friends and her family and her sister. She does great work, as she knew she would.
It takes you a long time getting lost in your work. You teach the clerics of the Dawn Father how to love a sunrise that is not guided by their God's hand. You teach the clerics of the Wild Mother how to hear the mother's voice, not as it once rang out, but in the birds and swaying trees of every forest. It takes more work this way. But that work makes love appear. Many years into that service, as a cleric of the Moonweaver, a familiar voice rings out in the marketplace. Nia.
Nia turns. You see her locks are a little longer. They finally touch her shoulders. Her cloak that was once in blues and browns and greens are now whites and silvers and navies. She looks older, wiser, has been through much. Trying not to wear the grief as heavy as she does in the lonely hours of the night. And she turns to whoever calls her.
Heading back to the home of your parents, your father, human, starting to get some salt and pepper in his beard. You see the face of a water genasi that you saw many years ago in Torm's Hill. Nia. On Detra. It's been a long time.
Right. Crazy to see you here. Oh my gosh. Hi.
The Dawn City felt like the appropriate place to make pilgrimage to. I can't believe you're here. I thought, you saved my life, and then
you were. She looks at herself. You were quite rude to my friend back there. Rude to me. I forgave you, but clearly I was on the right path.
She looks and goes, yeah, you've done, I'd say, extremely well for yourself as a person of faith. You see that she, even hearing the venom in her own words, puts her head down. I knew that I hurt you in that moment. I've seen so many strange things since then that it feels strange to have held on to that, but I feel like I want you to know I wish I could take it back. Not because it didn't come from a genuine place, but because I didn't want to hurt you or insult you or give you pause.
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. If it makes you feel any better, it didn't change my path.
I'm glad. God, I've thought for years about what I would say to you if I saw you again.
You've thought about me for years?
Hey.
Okay.
She looks and says, were you ever curious about why I was such an asshole to you?
When I had the time, when I wasn't reconnecting with my sister who's a god and sort of teaching people how to be hopeful and full of love and really just changing sort of the course of faith and everything when I had time, yeah. But I don't have a lot of time. I'm very, very busy. Yes, I wondered often.
My mother and father were disciples of the Moonweaver. They were discovered by servants of the Strife Emperor, and they were killed. Not an uncommon story.
Painful one, nonetheless.
The sadness I felt was not only that their faith hurt them, but that, for all of their devotion, they never heard her. Their prayers were never answered. And when they died, it felt like they died for nothing. And
And she thinks of her golden friend. Faith cannot protect us from fate. Faith is the fate molder. I'm sorry for the loss of your parents. I'm sorry for the loss. She thinks of her sister, of the gods from this place. But just as my fallen friends watch me, guide me, your parents do the same for you.
Well, I appreciate your kindness.
It is unending.
Would you object to walking in the company of a faithless wanderer who's turned her back on the gods?
For a spell.
A spell's all we get.
I have plenty of spells. Yeah, we walk arm in arm, and I'm gonna introduce her to my parents. Not in that way of like, this is the person I'm seeing, but just like, my mother's priest of the Moonweaver. I think I have some people who can help widen your scope of what you believe faith is capable of.
I'm game. It's a new world.
Magic.
You walk from this place, sir. Thanks, Elliot. Hey, Matt.
What's up, Brennan?
Where does Garin end up?
I think he doesn't rest that first night. I think once everyone else kind of lets the exhaustion take them, he's a man who toils through emotion. He's toiled through the absence of it for a better part of a century, so he begins to look for a piece of stone. And I think he misses Desmond and the return troop to Guessar, because he's working it. He wants to get it perfect. And it's been a long time since he's really done something artistically. He's built prisons. He's built and worked on repairing weapons. He has been a tool and a means of building other people's oppression for so long. He's only just begun to build things again for himself. And so he spends the coming weeks toiling over a memorial statue for Ehrli. And as they begun rebuilding this temple to the Moonweaver, I think they return to finish elements of construction to find a statue that they didn't place there. And the exhausted dwarf that sits at its base passed out. And probably utilizing the fabrication spell, fabricate spell that he now has because of his hammer, the last little piece of it is holding aloft the Honor's Last Stand shield and melding it into the statue so that it cannot be easily taken, but only given under the sight of whatever god, the Moonweaver likely. See whoever's fit to wield it again. Then he begins his trek back to Gwissar on his own, probably looking for and asking around for Desmond. Doesn't even have a last name. The only survivor he's met of Uthtor and its destruction.
Traveling through free lands, your statue built, the hearth's hammer at your side, your age getting to you. God, how long have you been alive for? It's hard to remember. Someone says, Desmond?
Hey, any...
Desmond, Dragon Strike.
Sure.
Yeah, Craghammer. You look at... Yeah, he says, yeah, you know Desmond.
Hey.
You meet Desmond, who is of the family Dragonstrike.
Hey.
Clan Dragonstrike. And you participate in the founding of Craghammer. There is much work to do. And of those shepherds of the stone to which Desmond belongs, of celebrating Craghammer, just like your dream, tankards of ale pushed into the chest, dwarves clapping on the back. It seemed like it would never happen again. How could it, after all that darkness? How could light find a way back to this world? The laughter of dwarven children running. And you see Desmond talking as you have this moment of sitting, knowing like a moment's rest, finally, back here in what once was Uthtor and this new community rising up. And as you feel a sense of pride and accomplishment, a hand claps on your back, and Desmond, one of the new lords of Craghammer, says, Garin!
Hey, Desmond.
Friend, you're one of the most gifted masons we know. Listen, there's an area, the dwarves have scattered across Gwissar, and we're looking for family records, stonework, runes around wherever we can find them. Are you familiar with Catal Bay?
I know of it. I've not been.
There's rumours that merchants have brought of some dwarves that have made it all the way out there to some far-off lands. There's a town with some dwarves in it, a family that fled as far as they could, ended up in some godforsaken swamp out there by the bay. But if you were to head out there and warn them or give them some guidance back, I think we're sending out some shepherds of the stone to help with rebuilding.
I am so tired.
Garin, as the Allhammer is my witness, this will be the last favour I ask of ye. They're trying to build a town in the middle of the swamp. There's a little town out there called Bend, and they're just trying to make something happen there. And I know that you know enough about masonry to know how to build something, at least that will serve as some kind of foundation.
I guess I got one more journey in me. And he claps his shoulder. Let me finish my current project before I go.
Yeah, of course, Garin.
And when I come back, I got some ideas. I think maybe more than one slab.
Ooh.
Maybe we go deeper.
A little deeper, eh? Let me write that down, a little deeper.
He turns around and then exhales. The years have caught up with him. And he grabs his supplies. He gets prepared for one last journey. And as he finishes off his last little project here at the beginnings of Craghammer, the sunlight behind him at the opening that exits the cliff keep, he finishes chiseling in the arch of stones that greet those that enter the city, where it reads in Dwarvish, "The gate is built by heart alone, though hearts be held by flesh and bone, and flesh and bone by earth and stone, the door we make when lock we break, will bridge the waters, roads to take. The stones that stand to staunch the flood. Freedom found by toil and blood. By stone betrayed, the seal is made. The hand that holds, the heart that prayed, the stairs it shaped, the debts it paid. The gate is shaped, the keystone laid.
In departing from this hallowed stone, a blessing left on Craghammer forever. You arrive in some godforsaken corner of Guisar, a bug-filled swamp. You see Phaedra again, and nearby there's some criminal element in this corner of the world that you feel like will be hard to expunge from this place. There's just rogues abound in this corner of Guisar. But you find your way there, and I think a day comes where you find dwarven families, inform them that Craghammer, that the glory of old Uthtor is found again in Craghammer. They thank you, and the denizens here could use a hand, the community they have in the swamp. There's, trying to build some little farm walls to help sheep from wandering off into the swamp somewhere. There's a day where a family has asked for your help. There's an opening in the farm wall where they're asking for a gate to be built so they can get their livestock in and out without having to take them the long way around. I think you're building a gate into the side of the wall there. And you hear over by the thing, there's like someone else from Vasselheim nearby who appears to be some sort of expositor going like, "What's the name of this town? Sorry, we're trying, the maps are all higgledy-piggledy."
It's still Ben. It's always been Ben.
Still Ben. Thank you.
No, it's...
And you see a figure walking down the road. You know his face very well. You've carved it in the past. Liam, could you come on out?
Hold on. Bye.
Hello, Garin.
I don't understand.
It's good to see you in the flesh once again.
He stands up. Claps him on the side of the face and kind of gets real close, looking at his sunken, wrinkled eyes. I haven't the words.
Arrow looks very similar to the last time you saw him. He is wearing simple robes, and his scales are clean and shine. I searched for you for quite some time. It took my whole entire mortal life to remember who I was. And transparent golden wings flare out behind his back and vanish away. And now it's time for you to do the same, my brother.
Gotcha.
You feel his clawed golden hand rest on your cheek and turn you slowly back. I know it's a lot. Breathe it in. Oh. It's time, my friend.
You're right. It is.
Our wars and squabbling have hurt our children. It is not right. It is not just. It is time we entrust our children to be stewards of this world that you created.
I look forward to seeing what they can make. Now that we've given them a nudge. You know, there's something I liked about this. Maybe one day we'll try it again.
Let's not go just yet. Come with me. And your vision blurs, and you find yourself seated on top of a gargantuan, massive, golden dragon soaring through the skies of Exandria, crashing through a cloud and breaking out over a massive valley nestled next to Torm's Hill. Mountains and peaks ringing it in. The dragon banks to the side and dives into another cloud, and we shoot out over a volcano bubbling with lava on an island in the middle of a white-capped ocean. Then over tundra and ice and fallen ruins. Over a city with a smoldering crater boiling at its center. Islands moving in the sea, obscured by mists.
You ride on the platinum dragon's back, seeing a world shaped by your hand. How marvelous that those steps were laid in that snowy peak in Snowgrave Pass. How marvelous to remember where Torm, your child, your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandson, where did he hide that ale and beef? Those voices as you drifted off to sleep, telling you that they were grateful, telling you that they were scared, asking you to shape something for them so that they might have the tools to know that they were heroes. A valley for free folk, the mountains and peaks shaped by the loving hands of the Allhammer. What a world he made.
You lose track of time sailing through all of your creations. And after a time, we pass through another bank of clouds, and your vision obscures and returns. And you stand in that same spot of work. And Arrow now looks exactly the way he did the moment you met him in a prison all those years ago. Filthy and bedraggled and covered in dust. Your friend and brother and kin. all of your works and deeds have served as prologue to this moment. A humble life in service of the good shall serve as keystone to this gate. And I nod down at this gate that you've been building. And I step through ahead of you 5 or 6 feet and turn around. There's only one thing left to do, my friend.
He goes. As old as his visage is, there is a quiet, ageless strength and assurance to his movement as he carefully places the final keystone. Locking in that solid final piece with communal design and necessary gate to protect all that we've witnessed, all that we've created. And he drops that hammer, which sinks with a heavy impact as he steps through to join you, clasping your shoulder.
Two brothers, from eternity until forever, stride past the gate into the great beyond, knowing that Exandria is in good hands, ever loved and cherished by all who will come from this day until the final days of creation. May they be far, far removed. Stories abound, adventures unfold, the watchful gaze of the gods, giving light to those who use their stories to find the way. Thanks for watching. And is it Thursday yet?
Normal back there.
We were being so cool and normal
back there.
We were being really cool and normal back there, I promise. We were being really cool and normal back there. Nothing weird was happening. Nobody was crying. Everyone was receiving.